Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. My apologies for us starting a few minutes late. I was checking in with some members of the audience who are here for specific items so that I can reassure them that we're going to hear their items as early as possible. We are going to begin with a roll call by Ms. Manriquez, our clerk, to establish a quorum, and want to point out that two of our members, Supervisors Christie and Hines, will be participating remotely. Ms. Manriquez.
Okay, Supervisor Allen.
Here.
Supervisor Cano.
Here.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Chair Scott.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. Supervisor Christie is participating remotely. All other board members are present.
And can we check to see if Supervisor Hines is having any technical issues? Because we do know that he's participating remotely. Okay. All right. We're now going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance. This is going to be led by Ryan Call. Ryan is a division manager with our county assessor's office. Mr. Call.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Call. Anything you wanted to tell us about the assessor's office?
We are in the final stages of the appeal season. Wrapped up nicely last week. Finishing up the primary residence mailing in conjunction with the clerk of the board. Finish in a couple of weeks. So,
all right.
A couple of heavy lifts that just completed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all your hard work, and please thank Assessor Drewby for giving you a break from that work to come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're now going to go to the land acknowledgement statement. This is going to be read for us by Erica Davila. Erica is with the Human Resources Department in the United Way Health Center. Welcome.
Thank you, United Community Health Center.
Oh, my bad.
On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial, and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of Pasquayaqui tribe within Pima County, consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity inclusion. We strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Thank you very much, Erica, and I apologize for reading the name of your organization wrong. Anything you want to tell us? And I know you have some of your colleagues with you about the work that y'all are doing.
Yes, we are doing wonderful work in underserved communities. We provide quality of care for these communities, and we are here to celebrate National Health Center Week, so we're glad to be here.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Okay, you're lucky if you're here today because we do Paws for Paws from Pima Animal Care Center twice a month. Sometimes it's recorded, but sometimes it's live, which means that if you want to adopt a pet, you have an in-person opportunity to do so. So let's go to Paws for Paws.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kaylee Murdoch. I am the Public Information Officer at Pima Animal Care Center. I brought my friend Snow today. She is a little 10-week-old puppy. For those of you who have met her this morning, you can attest she's a very playful, feisty little girl, but she was not feeling so great when she came to us. Snow actually came to us with parvovirus, which is pretty common in these younger puppies, especially when they're not vaccinated. So she's a great reminder of how important it is to vaccinate your pets. Luckily, our clinic was able to get her all fixed up and feeling well, and now she's ready to find her home. And if you are looking for vaccines or any other care, whether that's spay-neuter, microchips, wellness exams, we will be out on the east side this weekend with Karen's Caring Van, providing those services for free. So we'd love to see you there if you do need any of those services. And of course, we would love to see you at PAC if you're looking for a new best friend, whether that's Snow or one of her many friends. Dogs and puppies are currently all free to adopt at the shelter. And tomorrow we are hosting an extended hours event where all pets will be free to adopt. So that's dogs, cats, kittens, puppies, everything you can think of. Will be open from 1:30 to 8 p.m. tomorrow. So we'd love to see you there or out at our event on the east side this weekend. You can always find more information about those on our website or social media. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You look like it's right to the end of his tolerance, huh? All right. Okay, we'll go back to the clerk, Ms. Manriquez, for agenda adjustments. Ms. Manriquez.
Okay. On the regular agenda, page 3, items 9 and 10, these are the executive sessions. These items will be heard at a time certain of 12 p.m. On page 4, item 19, under the county administrator, the update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. Supervisor Cano requests this item and addendum item number 3 be heard together. And page 4, item 20, the Arizona legislative session and budget adoption process presentation. This item will be heard at a time certain of 10:15. On page 5, item 26, under finance and risk management. This is the fiscal year 2023-24 audit results. This item requires approval prior to consideration of agenda item number 27 and will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. And then on page 5, item 27, under Human Resources, the certification of compliance with Arizona revised statutes. This item is contingent upon approval of agenda item number 26. And on page 6, item 30, under the Treasurer, this is the Pima County Treasurer's Annual Report presentation. This item will be heard at a time certain of 1:15 p.m. On the addendum, page 1, item 1, under the Flood Control District Board, this is the naming of Loop Pedestrian Bridge in honor of Suzanne J. Shields. This item will be heard at a time certain of 10 a.m. And as I mentioned before, item 1, or page 1, item 3, Presidential Executive Order ending crime and disorder on America's streets. Supervisor Cano requests this item and agenda item 19 be heard together. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. And I want to point out that Supervisor Hines has joined our meeting. Good morning, Supervisor. Supervisor Hines has let me know this morning that because he's dealing with some significant family issues out of state, that he will need to log out of our meeting at 10:30. So I will likely be making some other adjustments to the agenda in order to address some items of interest to him where he wishes to cast a vote, including his addendum item. But for now, let's move on to presentations and proclamations. The first one is presentation of a proclamation to John Reardon, CEO, National Health Center, proclaiming the week of August 4 through August 10, 2025 to be National Health Center Week 2025. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. And I'm going to be presenting this proclamation. Mr. Reardon, your team is welcome to join us. Y'all want to come over here? Could I ask you to hold this? Thank you so much. All right. Hello again. All right. Whereas for nearly 60 years, community health centers have provided high-quality, affordable primary and preventive health care in our nation's medically underserved communities. And whereas as the country's largest primary care network, community health centers are the healthcare home for over 32.5 million Americans in over 16,000 communities, serving 1 in every 10 people in the United States. And whereas in Pima County, United Community Health Center has provided care for 40 years, ensuring that individuals and families have access to quality health services. And whereas community health centers like UCHC play a critical role in addressing chronic disease, expanding access to primary care, and keeping individuals out of costly emergency care settings. And whereas UCHC is a locally governed small business that contributes to the local economy and supports job creation, employing physicians, nurse practitioners, outreach workers, and other essential staff. And whereas National Health Center Week offers an opportunity to recognize the work of nearly 1,500 community health center organizations and more than 16,000 service delivery sites, including those in Pima County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of August 4 through August 10, 2025 to be National Health Center Week 2025, and encourages all citizens to recognize the important work of community health centers and United Community Health Centers' enduring commitment to building healthier communities for 40 years and beyond, passed and adopted this 5th day of August 2025. Congratulations. Congratulations. You bet.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the Pima County Board of Supervisors. I am John Reardon. I am the CEO for United Community Health Center, and it's my honor to receive this proclamation on behalf of the team of 180 team members at United Community Health Center, whose mission it is to deliver high-quality, accessible health care in an atmosphere of trust and respect in the communities we are honored to serve. We are in Southern Pima County. We are in Green Valley, Sarita, Arivaca, Amado, Vale, and 3 Points, and we provide medical, dental, and behavioral services in those communities. We are a safety net provider, which means we provide services for the uninsured and underinsured at a nominal fee, where cost is never a barrier. We also are honored to serve our access Medicaid populations, our Medicare and Medicare Advantage populations, and our private insurance populations, so we can provide access to care in the community for those individuals who otherwise may struggle to get that care. We are one of 3 community health centers in Pima County, with our partners at El Rio and MHC Healthcare, and one of 25 across this great state of Arizona. And we thank Pima County Board of Supervisors for their support, which allows us to do what we've done for the last 40 years and will allow us to continue to provide those essential healthcare services to our community for another 40 years and more. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reardon. You bet. My pleasure. My pleasure. All right. Thank you all so much. I know that they'll want to do a picture. All right. You're not going to block me, please. So are you. Go ahead. If you want to come out. Yes. All right. Thank you all very much. We're going to now go to item number 7 on the agenda. This is presentation of a proclamation to Jamar Francis, proclaiming the day of Tuesday, August 5, 2025, to be DJ Jamar Day. I will move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0, and as you can see, this will be presented by Supervisor Cano.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott, and good morning, everyone. You'll come on this side. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to read this, and then you have the opportunity at the end to say anything you'd like to the people of Pima County. Whereas Jamar Francis, professionally known as DJ Jamar of 12 Tribe Sound, has dedicated more than 27 years to the art of DJing, serving as a cultural bridge by spreading the vibrant sounds and spirit of reggae music throughout the state of Arizona. And whereas DJ Jamar has played a vital role as a reggae ambassador, introducing and promoting Caribbean culture, heritage, and music to diverse communities across the region, helping foster unity, joy, and cultural appreciation. And whereas DJ Jamar's commitment to community engagement, musical excellence, and cultural representation has made him a beloved figure and a leader within Arizona's music and art scene. And whereas through decades of tireless work, DJ Jamar has created safe, inclusive spaces for music lovers of all backgrounds to gather and celebrate Caribbean rhythms, including reggae, dance hall, soca, Afrobeats, and hip hop. And whereas the county wishes to honor DJ Jamar not only for his musical contributions, but also for the legacy of inspiration, education, and cultural celebration he continues to build. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors proclaims Tuesday, August 5th, today, to be DJ Jamar J. Passed and adopted this 5th day of August 2025. Congratulations, Jamar.
27 years, that's a long time. I remember when I first started as a DJ, my father really helped me get into it. He was like, this is what you want to do, and I was like, yeah. He bought me 2 portable CD players. Like we didn't have the money because we came from a real poor household that we didn't have the money to go out there and go buy $1,000 turntables and this and that. So my dad got 2 portable CD players, put it with a mixer, and was like, all right, look, you can mix between it like this. And that was like the greatest thing to me. Like I always think that music has always been like my first love, like my first girlfriend, my first heartbreak. It's always been music that, you know, when I came here to Arizona in the 80s, I didn't have a lot of friends because there wasn't really a big Caribbean culture in Arizona yet. And a lot of times, you know, it was music. I'd be lost to music. I think music really kept me out of trouble. So it's always just been me and the music. And I want to thank everybody for, you know, believing in me and listening to the music that I play. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Well, and Jamar, I just have to say, I always see you at the best community events, and I know that you share your heart with our community, and that's part of why we wanted to make sure that this recognition would be here for you today. So thanks for all you do. Keep doing it, and we're very proud of you here at Pima County. We're going to take a photo looking that way, all right?
All right. Again, as I said, and Supervisors Christie and Hines, are you able to hear us okay? Yes? Okay. All right. We were having some audio issues earlier, but just wanted to make sure that you were hearing us. All right. Because Supervisor Hines has to log off at 10:30, and because we have a time certain item at 10, I'm going to try and get through some of our hearings and also some items of interest to him before we have our time certain item at 10. So pardon me for jumping around the way that I am going to. All right. So the first one I'd like to do is item number 62. This is a hearing on a comprehensive plan amendment and specific plan resolution and ordinance. If there is nobody to speak to this item and we don't have anybody signed up to speak to this hearing, I would move that we pass and adopt resolution number 2025-27, and ordinance number 2025-19. And close the public hearing. It's moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving those two items and closing the public hearing indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
62?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Kano opposed. All right. Now, because
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Allen,
I'd like to change my vote
you certainly can. Are you changing it
to a no.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Item correction. Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Item passes 3-2 with Supervisors Allen and Kano opposed. Thank you very much. All right. Now, because we have some guests and because I think all supervisors like to weigh in on hearings, we're going to go back to the beginning of our hearings, and we're going to take on, these are the development services hearings. We're not going to do the two fireworks and liquor permit hearing until we get along further in the meeting. But let's go to item number 58. This is a hearing for a comprehensive plan amendment and specific plan. This is in District 5. Supervisor
There was someone who wanted to speak on this and they left because they thought it was going to be
if they've left, then,
We're just right now. I'm just going to go check.
okay, can we, yes. All right, let's do number 59 then, while we're waiting. This is a specific plan rezoning in District 1. Is there anybody here who's signed up to speak to this item? Okay, if there's nobody here to speak to this item, I will move to close the public hearing and join with staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission to recommend approval, subject to standard and special conditions.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Kano. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of item number 59 indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Ms. Hiller. Item 59 passes 5-0. Let's go back to 58. Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I move to close the public hearing and adopt, where's the resolution number on this?
There isn't one.
So approve item number 58. Is that going to be sufficient?
Subject to standard.
Subject to standard and special conditions and close the public hearing. Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
I'll second, Supervisor. Thank you. Any discussion on item 58? All right. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That item passes 5-0. Okay, now we're going to item number 60. This is in District 1. It's a rezoning time extension. It's making me nostalgic, Mr. Drzgowski, for my first year on the board. Is there anybody here to speak to this item? Okay, if that is the case, I will move to close the public hearing and approve the 5-year extension subject to the original and modified standard and special conditions.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Kano. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, item 60 passes 5-0. Okay, now we're on item number 61, which is a hearing on a conditional use permit. This is also in District 1. And do we have people here to speak to this? Okay, I know we have people here who are interested in this item, but you're not, you don't need to speak to it? Okay, all right. Since that's the case, I will move to close the public hearing and join the hearing administrator's recommendation to approve subject to standard and special conditions.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Mr. Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor
Mr. Chair?
Christie. My apologies.
I just want to acknowledge the hard work that staff did, particularly Mr. DeBonis did in trying to locate a property. This is the track organization that does terrific work with horses and folks with some disabilities. Mr. Tilley's had a rough time trying to find a suitable property, and the county, and particularly Mr. DeBonis, did an excellent job helping him, and I'm glad to see this finally coming to fruition. Thank you.
Supervisor Christie, thank you very much. Mr. Tilley is here, and he is smiling as he hears your comments. Thank you very much.
My heroes. All in the county, all of the supervisors, and especially Steven back here and his whole team have been phenomenal through this process. I can't thank you guys enough.
Thank you, Mr. Tilley, and thank you for the outstanding work your organization does on behalf of so many people in our community. All right, all those in favor of item number 61 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Congratulations. All right, so that took care of the Development Services hearing. Might have made a shorter day for Mr. Drzeskowski than he thought he was going to have. You can thank us later. And I had a request from Supervisor Allen that we consider item number 18 while Supervisor Hines is able to be with us. And Supervisor Hines, after we consider item number 18, we're going to go to your addendum item. Okay? All right. We're moving along expeditiously. Okay, so item number 18 is an amendment to the 2026 legislative agenda, amending the 2026 legislative agenda to include a provision instructing Pima County's lobbyists to advocate for the elimination of state and local sales tax exemptions on equipment purchases by computer data centers. Supervisor Allen.
Thank you. This was on our agenda in the previous meeting. I wanted to clarify what the exact language is and what we were proposing. So what we're proposing to add to our legislative agenda to make it explicit and demonstrate that this is a real priority for the county is that we would amend the current agenda under the section entitled Protect the Taxpayer of our legislative agenda, that we would want to direct our lobbyists to, quote, investigate the elimination of data centers' state and local sales tax exemptions. This continues to be incredibly relevant as Project Blue continues to make its way through an authorization process. Equipment costs for Project Blue are estimated at $2.4 billion, which would mean that the city, county, and state are collectively losing out on roughly $200 million in sales tax revenue as a result of this exemption that was put in place in 2013 when the state was attempting to kind of bring this industry to our state. We are at a different landscape now, and so this exemption seems like it is ripe for sunsetting.
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen. I want to thank you for bringing this item to a possible amendment in our legislative agenda. The more that we learn about data centers and Project Blue and specifically, the more public trust erodes. What was initially shielded in secrecy is now clearly a deal that prioritizes a powerful corporation, Amazon, over transparency and public good. We know that Amazon is a trillion-dollar company that sues Pima County every year to reduce its property tax obligations, and we have to ensure that from the legislative level, as data centers continue to infiltrate communities across our region, that we are asking corporations to pay their fair share. And so I proudly support this inclusion into our legislative agenda. Thank you.
Any comments from Supervisors Christie or Hines? Okay. Supervisor Christie.
I'm at this particular point, I got one question. Who imposes the sales tax? Is it the state, the federal, or local government, or Pima County, or the city?
Supervisor Christie, my understanding is that this is a state program. It's called the Data Center Incentive Program. As Supervisor Allen pointed out, it was put in place in 2013, and it was designed to get more data centers into the state by providing them with exemptions on state sales taxes on some of their equipment. My further understanding is that the program is supposed to sunset. And since we have our contracted lobbyist right here, Mr. Rossi, anything that I've not mentioned that you wanted to add about the program so that the board has a better understanding of it?
Mr. Chair, along those same lines, who receives the tax?
It's a state tax, so that's exempting the data centers from state sales taxes on certain items of equipment. Mr. Rossi said that he can expand on that in trying to respond to your question.
Okay, let me just add one more thing so
Please.
we can address it as well. Isn't this a typical economic development procedure that doesn't just take into consideration data centers, but many other industries as well in order to attract businesses into the state, into the county, into the city?
I think this particular program is specific to data centers, but Mr. Rossi, if there's anything else that you wanted to share that would help the board.
Chairman Scott, members of the board, Michael Rossi, your lobbyist, it's good to be here. So Arizona has a mix of tax exemptions for different industries, fewer, in fact, than most states, and they're all pretty controversial in the state of Arizona. And in fact, Republican leadership, as we speak, is moving to try to eliminate the film tax credit. That's an industry that is incredibly competitive, and we have a lot of trouble attracting that industry. We have lost most of that industry to New Mexico and to Georgia. In 2013, we did not have many data centers in Arizona, and this was put in place to try to attract that industry. This is a sales tax exemption. That revenue goes into the sales tax base, and a portion of that base is shared with cities and counties, so it does reduce the base that we share in state sales tax, shared sales tax from. The state reevaluates these credits and has had many bipartisan commissions to work on sunsetting and eliminating these tax credits, especially when they no longer appear to be necessary to attract the industries that they were originally designed to attract. And there's a pretty darn good argument that since we've got the fastest rate of data center growth in the United States of America, we just might not need this one any longer. Doesn't mean I'm optimistic that we'll be successful in getting it repealed, but at least examining it and getting the legislature to look at it is pretty common, and it's common within both parties, not simply one side of the aisle or the other. Happy to answer any questions. I hope that's helpful to the board.
When is the program set to sunset?
Mr. Chairman, I have not looked that up, so I'm not sure.
All right.
I easily can, and I'll get back to you.
Thank you. Let me make sure Supervisor Christie had his questions answered, but then I think there are questions from some of my colleagues at the dais as well. Supervisor Christie. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. And then Supervisor Hines has a question as well. Go ahead, Supervisor Christie. We can't hear you, sir. Supervisor Christie, can you check to see if you're muted? Because we're not hearing you.
That was going to be my question too, about the sunset of this exemption.
Mr. Rossi said he would have to get back to us about that. Although Supervisor Allen, was that anything that you found out when you were looking into this?
It was not.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let me call on Supervisor Hines, and then I want to call on my colleagues at the dais. Supervisor Hines. You need to unmute yourself, sir. You're muted, Supervisor Hines. We still can't hear you. Okay, let me see if we're having some audio issues, Supervisor Hines, and I'll come back to you. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. The only thing I wanted to add to the conversation as we consider this item is it's obvious that when there are exemptions like this exemption at the state level that hurts the ability for local jurisdictions to be able to have a full piece of the state shared revenues. And so as we explore all of the different carve-outs that have been adopted by the legislature and signed by the governor, I think it's just a healthy time for us to empower our lobbyists at the county to work with our state legislators to figure out how we are going to bring more revenue down to counties like Pima, where we can use these additional resources to support first responders, parks, libraries, affordable housing, public health programs. The more we carve away, the less we have the ability to be able to make those essential vital services a reality. And that's part of the reason why I'm supporting this as well.
Supervisor Allen.
So my understanding was that it's an exemption from state and local sales tax. Is that?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Allen, I believe that's correct as well. That wouldn't, in fact, have any effect on Pima County, but it would on the city of Tucson. I haven't looked at the tax credit yet. I believe you're correct, but they would have to have preempted cities to do that. A little different than preempting the county, but I'll get that information in the sunset date for everyone as we start doing the research on this item.
And so I did get the sunset date, just to enter it in to clarify. So in Arizona, new applications for certification under the Computer Data Center program, which provides the tax exemptions, will no longer be accepted after December 31, 2033. However, you can apply that exemption, can extend for 10 years beyond that date. So people could still continue to be getting an exemption until 2043. That was all I have.
Can I check, do we have Supervisor Hines' audio? No? Okay, we're getting a message, Supervisor Hines, from the folks with information technology that the muting is on your end. Have you checked to see if you're, no, he is saying that's not the case. Okay. All right. Question that I had for the sponsor, and it follows up on Supervisor Cano's comments. I generally have an issue with carve-outs overall because of the fact that they affect our state shared revenue for local governments, and they affect the overall revenue for state government. Would you be willing to consider amending this to call for the lobbyists to advocate for the elimination of all state and local sales tax exemptions?
I mean, well, as long as we can be explicit, right? Because this one, whichever one I'm gesturing to here, we'll gesture to this screen, is, it is a specific sales tax exemption. So I just want to make sure that the lobbying effort goes towards that specific end. It can extend to other sales tax exemptions. I would be happy to do that as well. But I just want to make sure that we're being explicit and giving clear direction that we want work done to try to eliminate this specific sales tax exemption.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
You may.
Mr. Chairman, board members, I would caution you making it that broad and without going into specific. There may be As a general principle, we've done that. Some of our general principles, and I was going to touch on them, we oppose things that limit county revenues. We support things that enhance them. But there are certain tax credits out there that this board may well be in support of. So you may want to, for the time being, keep it just a little narrower, and we could come back and look at a broader list that you might want to explore. But there are some of those that are specifically helpful to this region.
To that point, how does this particular credit affect county revenues?
In the, Mr. Chairman, board members, in the state shared revenue that comes back to the county. And this is a project that's going to be in the city of Tucson, assuming it goes forward, and that affects the health of the entire region.
And one other question, for this to be repealed or for any enacted tax credit to be repealed, it would require a 2/3 vote of both houses of the legislature.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that's correct. It would invoke Proposition 108. And I also want to go back. We're looking at this, and we would ask the legislature to look at this in general as policy for the state of Arizona, and in no way specific to any single project. It's not about any single project. It's about the general policy of the state, is what is the worthwhile, legitimate public purpose at this point in time of this exemption. It might have been great 2013, it was enacted for 20 years, maybe not so much any longer. So I'm not sure I answered your question.
You
there,
did
but
answer it.
Yeah.
And you also made reference earlier to the fact, and I think we've all heard this as there's been discussions about Project Blue, that Arizona is a highly targeted area by the data center industry for reasons other than this tax credit program.
Mr. Chairman, board members, it would be hard to argue at this point that this incentive is necessary to attract this industry to the state of Arizona at this point. And that's why I think for the time being, focusing on this one probably makes the most sense. Just a suggestion. Obviously, it's your decision.
I guess
Go ahead, Supervisor Allen. Let me call on Supervisor Allen, then I'll come to you, Supervisor Christie.
And I think that one of the things that I think is important about this, just timing wise, is that we are seeing municipalities across the state that are led by both parties that are looking at regulations, that are looking at community benefits and are trying to do some reassessment of an industry that has proliferated over just the last few years. And so this is, I think, consistent with what we're seeing happening in communities across the state, and sort of furthers those efforts from folks from Phoenix to Glendale to Tempe and Marana and other places.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you. I'd ask, first of all, respectfully, if my colleagues and speakers could speak directly into the microphone. It's a little difficult to hear on this, what I've got going here. You know, I'm worried about the optics about Pima County and being business friendly and what this might have an effect on that. And there seems that if this isn't taken in a very meticulous manner, we could be dealing with some unintended consequences. And I was wondering if there's anybody from Pima County's Economic Development Department present that might be able to address this or speak to it.
There's no one from Economic Development here, but with Ms. Lesher's permission, I can call on Mr. DeBonis because he oversees the department. Is that okay, Ms. Lesher? Oh, or Ms. Lesher would be happy to answer as well. I'm sorry, Ms. Lesher.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie. I think, again, what you see at the legislature every year is a variety of these. I think one of the ones that's had the most controversy right now is the MOPIC, our motion picture credit. I believe Goldwater Institute is challenging that one right now. So I have not seen a concern specific to not wanting to be taxed that has impacted the economic development efforts in other parts. I don't think you're going to see this as a specific concern regarding the business-friendly perspective. We're seeing lots of groups across the state challenge the ability for the state to limit our taxing authority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Christie, any other questions or comments? Supervisors Kano or Allen? Supervisor Allen, did you move the item?
I did not.
Okay, would you like to?
I would like to move that move to amend the, quote, protect the taxpayer section of our legislative agenda to direct our lobbyists to, quote, investigate the elimination of data centers, state and local sales tax exemptions, end quote.
I'll second. And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Supervisor Kano, please.
As I've mentioned, and I really appreciate the robust conversation we've had from the dais, I really think this is a local revenue discussion that is separate from any of the local considerations. And, I remind this board that a board majority did support Project Blue, and to my knowledge, that item is not coming back to the board. And so there's a way for us to be able to advocate for enhanced revenue at the state level so that we can support these efforts at the local level. And I do think that this, to the sponsor's point, there is a statewide conversation happening right now. I've talked to members across the aisle who are, including who are proud members of the Arizona Tax Research Association, ATRA, looking for ways to be able to figure out how we are going to put some more guardrails into data center recruitment and retention. And I think it's important to also recognize that we have a robust legislative agenda that covers many, many different issues. And so by no means is the addition of this particular item being proposed by District 3 going to be the sole focus of our lobbying efforts at the state capitol in the year ahead. We've got a whole lot of other list of opportunities working with the executive and the legislative, and this is one small but very important addition to that conversation. So I want to thank Supervisor Allen for bringing this forward, and look forward to us coming together on this issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. I had a question for either Ms. Lesher or Mr. DeBonis. I have been told that the third-party vendor that did the economic benefits analysis for Project Blue took into account the local revenue lost from this exemption, so that the $250 million figure over 10 years takes into account that lost revenue. Can you confirm that for me?
Chair Scott, that's my understanding. We're having continued discussions with Applied Economics and also had a meeting just yesterday with Assessor Druby and her staff. And so our Economic Development Director and I will be providing additional information to continue this conversation about those economic benefits.
Thank you. The information that I asked you to confirm, I got from staff with the Chamber of Southern Arizona. So for that reason, and also because of some of the comments that we heard today that have also been highlighted in local media about the data center industry focusing on Arizona, which I think is separate from this 12-year-old tax credit program, I'm willing to support the item. So without any further discussion or questions, let's move to a vote on item number 18. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. All right. As promised, because we have a time certain item at 10, I want to move to the addendum. And Supervisor Hines added addendum item number 2 which is to remove attorney-client privilege from the memo from the Pima County Attorney's Office to the Board of Supervisors, subject outside legal counsel, dated July 23, 2025. Supervisor Hines, I saw that you logged out and logged back in, so I hope that fixed your audio problems. No, it doesn't look like it did on our end. Okay, because you're having those audio issues and because I want the board to be able to discuss this item as well as get any input from legal counsel, I'll move the item for purposes of discussion.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any comments or discussion from board members? Supervisor Christie.
Mr. Chair?
Please.
Yeah, I think this is an important element of full disclosure to the public to have this released for public consumption. It can very easily identify and articulate what the county attorney's feeling on these issues are, and I think it's an important statement that we as a board are making to the public, that we conduct our business in a very transparent manner, and I think this is one of them that needs to be so. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments from board members? Mr. Jerkowitz, any comments from the county attorney's office?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jerkowitz. All those in favor of approving addendum item number 2 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Cano opposed. All right. Supervisor Hines, we're sorry about the audio issues that you're dealing with, but the items that we had corresponded about prior to this meeting, I think have been addressed. And on behalf of the board, everything that you're dealing with on behalf of your family, I hope it goes very well for you. Okay. All right. So we have a time certain item at 10 o'clock, and it's 9:57. So we are doing just great. This is on the addendum. It is item number 1. It was introduced by Supervisor Allen. It is naming a loop pedestrian bridge in honor of Suzanne J. Shields. Supervisor Allen.
Well, so it is an honor to recognize the commitment and achievements of former flood control director Suzanne Shields by naming a newly constructed bridge after her on the loop. So Suzanne Shields had served as a Pima County employee for 37 years, and for 17 of those years served as the director of the Pima County Regional Flood Control District, becoming the first hydrologist to work for the newly formed Flood Control District, and is responsible for establishing what is now one of the highest rated flood control districts in the country. I also had a note from one of her colleagues, and then also wanted to invite Deputy Director DeBonis to share a few comments as well.
Did you want to move the item first, Supervisor?
Maybe.
I'll second it if you do.
Clearly, I just want to dig in. I would like to move the item.
All right, I'll second it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
As I was saying before I was interrupted. So I have a statement, and let me read a little bit about who this is coming from. This is a statement from Curtis Luke, who is a retired transportation planner and has worked for and around Suzanne in some capacity for 50 years. Chuck Huckleberry, Curtis, and Suzanne have known each other since the 1970s. And so he wanted this statement to be included on the record. So congratulations to Suzanne Shields for the Board of Supervisors' recognition of her accomplishments with the Flood Control District over her stellar 37-year career. Naming a bridge on the Chuck Huckleberry Loop in her honor is appropriate on several levels. First, the bridge will forever help the Flood Control District and Parks Department staff maintain crucial bank protection and the loop pathway by improving their access to infrastructure. Second, the bridge provides greatly needed accessibility across the Santa Cruz River for pedestrians and cyclists. And then finally, the new crossing represents the bridge that Suzanne provided between Chuck's visions for the loop and the engineering projects that made his visions a reality. So with that, I would pass it over to Carmine.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen and members of the board, thank you for just giving me an opportunity to say a few words here. And thank you, Supervisor Allen, for bringing this item to the board to achieve the naming of this pedestrian bridge across the Santa Cruz for Suzanne. Suzanne has been a dear friend to me, a colleague, a mentor, and just, an asset to Pima County for the entire 37 years that, she served here. And so I've had the fortune of working with her over that 3-decade plus period of time and just, cherish every moment of interaction that I had with her. Suzanne was really a leader in the field of engineering. And as you all know, engineering typically has been a male profession. And Suzanne broke through barriers and ceilings repeatedly. And so she was instrumental in the county's formation of the Regional Flood Control District. She was present following the 1983 floods and pioneered the method of soil cement bank protection that is in place. She has had a long career and activity and just in environmental conservation in this community and put in place requirements to protect our riparian areas and really was the force behind many of the county's conservation projects and requirements. Really led the county in terms of being at the forefront in the nation with a community rating system that's operated by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and just countless other things, but beyond anything else, she's just a tremendous person. And so she is tending with some health issues now, and I had an opportunity to visit with her 2 weeks ago, was just in great spirits and, just looks fondly on her time in Pima County. And we spent about 45 minutes together and just reminisced and just witty as ever. And, this is a tremendous honor for her and couldn't be more thrilled that the board is taking this action to name the bridge after her. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeBonis. I'm going to call on Ms. Lesher here in a second, but the clerk reminded me of two things that I did not note that we are sitting as the Flood Control District Board, and that when we move the item, we also need to move the adoption of resolution number 2025-FC6. So would you amend your motion to add that?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'll second it.
I would move that we approve resolution number 2025 FC6.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I'll second it. And Ms. Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Scott. And I simply wanted to add Suzanne was a real trailblazer, and I think we can't really underestimate that. We've had many conversations of times when, as Carmine's pointed out and others, she was a female engineer in the days where there were not many, and she's told me many stories of times where she went into a variety of meetings as the only woman in the room, and held her own and did the county proud. And so I think every one of us who works at the county have a debt of gratitude and a acknowledgement of all that Suzanne has done for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. And I also want to thank you for passing on to me a comment from Mr. Huckleberry, who, as Supervisor Allen pointed out, has known Ms. Shields since the 70s. And those of you who know Mr. Huckleberry will recognize his humor at the end of this. Mr. Huckleberry said, "I fully support the Flood Control District Board's recognition of Suzanne's long career and extensive accomplishments by naming the new pedestrian bridge in her honor. As you know, I relied on her extensively to manage the district and to complete hundreds of complex public works projects. She was instrumental in getting so many projects completed that it's appropriate to name one of them after her and thereby memorialize her legacy. My only suggestion is to consider making this a toll bridge because Lord knows the county could use the money." All right. Any further questions or comments from board members or staff? All right. And Supervisor Allen, yes, thank you for bringing this up. All those in favor of adopting resolution number 2025-FC6 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item passes 4-0. And I need to let my colleagues and the public know that Supervisor Hines, as he indicated that he would, has left the meeting. Okay. Mr. Rossi, I know that we have you scheduled for 10:15, and I think this is going to work out well because we have 3 people for call to the public. They'll each get 3 minutes, which is 9 minutes, so this is just going to work out splendidly. All right, I'm going to read our rules for call to the public. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. We have 3 speakers for call to the public. And their cards were handed in this order: Robert Royce, Dave Smith, and Trista Tramposh de Geneva. Okay, Mr. Royce, you have 3 minutes to address the Board of Supervisors.
Good morning. Nice to see all the quiet and the order in the room. There was no quiet or order at the Project Blue meeting yesterday. In the Tucson Convention Center, there were 1,000 people that showed up. At least 900 of them were boisterously opposed to the project. I could have sworn I heard one of the promoters say, "You're crushing my soul." I felt a little sorry for the city manager. The meeting was so totally out of control, and he couldn't do anything about it. Personally, he's overstepping his bounds. If the city council has taken a vote on the issue, I haven't seen any evidence of that. We have a city manager, board of directors government in the city of Tucson. And I've studied political science at the University of Illinois, and I spent a week in the University of Arkansas Law Library studying municipal organization before I sponsored the initiative that changed the Fayetteville, Arkansas government to aldermanic. And I know that a manager has no powers that are not specifically designated by the city council. And since the city council hasn't taken a vote on the matter, it's tremendously audacious of our city manager to throw in with these out-of-state invaders that are trying to take over our city. I mean, it's ethically wrong, and as I understand the law, it's illegal. And that also goes for any activity by our county administrator that took place before the vote to promote this. You are literally at the mercy of the city council and the county board, and it's absolutely wrong for the city manager to stand out there and promote something that hasn't been voted on. It's obvious that, but judging by the attitude of the crowd, the only people that support this project are the trade unions that are going to get a few thousand jobs out of it for a year or two, and the immediate participants. The people of the city are going to oppose it, and they're literally going to stop it, and I consider anybody who actually voted for the project to be not running for re-election at this point, because, well, I've got more to say, but I'm running out of time. So I'll continue the conversation later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Royce. Mr. Smith.
What a quiet hall we have today here, right? Jeez, nobody showed up. I wish everybody understood how important the supervisors are and how important the county is to our community well-being. You know, we use the word community a lot, but the community at large, I keep reminding everybody, is everybody. All your constituents are all the citizens who live in this, the citizens who live in this county, which I wish you would prioritize more. Now, I see we're going to talk about Trump's provision regarding homelessness and crime and that, which is something we haven't handled very well in my entire lifetime. Especially here in Pima County, where, as you know, I started as a law enforcement officer here in 1975. I saw the problem then, which was actually quite minuscule compared to what it is today. Now, crime was worse then, and that's one of the mythologies we have, is that crime is worse than it's ever been before. And that is not true. Crime, and by the mid-'90s, as you know, crime had begun just become skyrocketed in our nation. But homelessness itself kept growing. And we can't assume that the two are unrelated. One of the things we have to understand is when you do analysis of prisoners in institutionalized prisons, about 70% appear to have mental issues. So you can't separate the drug problem from the homelessness problem from the mental illness problem. We haven't separated that. We haven't dealt with it effectively. The one thing we do know, when we institutionalized people, there was help being given to them, and it controlled their input, it controlled their self-medicating. But after the Kennedy administration, we began to move further and further away from institutionalization. And of course, we all know Casey's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest pretty much put a stake through the heart of institutionalized mental care. But the problem is we need to reevaluate. Modern care is far superior today than it certainly was in the 60s. But also at the same time, crime itself has become an issue where we have this fantasy. And it's so sad that nobody's here, because it's almost like if you're not specifically here for an issue, you don't come and listen. You need more money. You're begging for more money. You want to reduce the sales tax. Well, the reduction in the sale, or you want to eliminate a bypass. Well, the problem is that was meant to entice community, which brings jobs and all the other forms of revenue. But also the thing I want to emphasize here is the one true thing we know controls crime is punishment. We live in this fantasy. Again, I don't have time because I only got 28 seconds here, but we can no longer look at crime as being some weird Marxist theory of the oppressor and the oppressed. It is criminality. There is evil. There are people who choose to do evil, and it's a logical process. The one thing throughout history we've ever known to solve it is punishment. The 1994 crime bill put a lot of people in prison. It reduced our crime rate to one of the lowest in history. We need to review what we're doing. We need to think, coalesce our ideas. I challenge you to be creative in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Tramposh de Geneva. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Yes. Thank goodness. I don't have a great track record with that.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes to address the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Thank you for 3 minutes of glory and fame. This is my service dog. I'm an artist and a comedian, and I have grief therapy through art for what Pima County sheriffs did to me 2 years ago. I was swatted by somebody that I thought was a friend of 20 years, and upwards of 60 sheriffs raided my rural residence, and they immediately took me to, it's a stream of crimes that they took and that they committed against us all. They didn't have valid probable cause to get a search warrant, and it was the search warrant was rubber stamped by a judge who didn't get any, there was no evidence of a crime. I brought my dog, these are my animals that were seized from me. You may have heard about me. They defamed me Pima County Sheriffs and PAC, they fabricated evidence to put me away. They took away almost 200 and traumatized almost 200 specialty.
Ma'am, you need to speak into the mic, please.
Okay. These are, I am Somanis. I have numerous sworn witnesses who testified under oath that I was at home 24/7 taking care of my animals. This is a $5,000 chicken, the world's most expensive chicken. I am Somanis. I was raising these. And also I'm an Oxford, Berkeley, Taipei Medical University honors public health researcher, as well as a congressional and sheriff and presidential declared candidate. Therefore, I have standing, and I am suing. I'm coming today to inform the board that you may have seen it, but I am suing. I put a $200 million notice of claim against Pima County for the malicious prosecution. And I have I have sent you all and to Tucson City Council a resolution to remove Sheriff Nanos finally. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Trista. Because guess what? He should have been removed when he failed to respond. It's called the legal doctrine of respondeat superior. He failed to respond to a report of one of his female women deputies being raped at the hands of other deputies, and he did nothing for over a year. It was a scandal. You know this situation. He should have been removed then. And now he is responsible for an unlawful raid that committed every single crime possible. They fabricated evidence, they defamed me, they ruined my political career, and that's why I'm suing Pima County for $200 million, and I'm asking the board to please help me.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Okay. Please help me.
Thank you very much.
Ask Monica Dengler, the head of PAC, to
thank you,
return
ma'am.
the service dog. It's a crime to interfere with a service dog, ARS 132910.
Thanks very much. Seeing no further speakers, I'm going to close call to the public and ask my colleagues if they wish to ask staff to follow up on any item that was mentioned, add an item to a future agenda, or respond to a criticism. Seeing none, that will close that item. So we will then move on to back to the regular agenda. And this is under the county administrator. And it is the Arizona legislative session and budget adoption process presentation. We have our friend and contracted lobbyist, Mr. Rossi, with us. But I want to ask Ms. Lesher, do you have any introductory comments? Okay. All right. Mr. Rossi, thank you so much for being with us today.
Mr. Chairman, board members, it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you all very, very much for the opportunity to address you. I'm going to hit a little of the history of Pima County's lobbying program. We have a number of new board members. I will then talk about the past legislative session and a little bit about our process going forward. I have been honored and privileged to represent Pima County for 35 years, the last 33 years continuously. And during that time, we developed a lobbying program that has been emulated by Maricopa County, Pinal County, a number of other jurisdictions, and the format of our legislative agenda, which includes some guiding principles that we always support and some things that we always oppose, is a model that has been adopted by the County Supervisors Association, and then we have specific items that we support and oppose under those. And some of those things, we always support more flexibility for counties and regulatory authority. We support more flexibility in revenues. We support transportation and infrastructure funding and finance. Our gas tax hasn't been updated since 1990. The buying power of our gas tax today is 30 cents on the dollar of what it was back in that point in time. We support education initiatives, especially early childhood education and child care assistance. Those are things we support not almost every year, every year. But one of the other things that we really work on is aligning responsibility, authority, and funding for counties. Counties, as a subdivision of the state of Arizona, are frequently given responsibility to carry out programs. Courts, probation, constables, with very limited authority to manage those, and either entire or partial funding responsibility. So for the entirety of my time representing the county, we have worked to reform those areas, had great success in the access system, great success in the long-term system, both aligning who performs which functions, but also reallocating the costs, saving Pima County over $10 million per year, and that goes on forever. And we oppose things, because many things come up in the session that are contrary to those goals. Things that shift unfunded mandates, things that take our authority away. We've seen especially assaults on our public health authority, and we push back hard on that. Things that limit our revenue options and impair the county's responsibilities to its residents. Those same sort of principles have been adopted by the County Supervisors Association as well, and then each year you add to those specific items. You did that in your last board meeting. The timing of that is done so that we can coordinate with the other counties and the County Supervisors Association to include those items of broad statewide concern in the County Supervisors Association agenda. Not all of our items will fit into their agenda, but that agenda had a submission date of today, so we got everything in time. But for Pima's own agenda and document, that's a living document. We'll work on it for the remainder of this year and into next year. We'll add items, we'll modify items, and that's part of the normal process. And I think all the board members are aware of that, but it's not as if what you adopted at your last meeting was the last word. That's really the start of our process for the next legislative agenda. This year's session adjourned sine die on June 27, 167th day of our 100-day legislative session in the state of Arizona. We worked furiously until May 8th, at which time both chambers decided to take a break. This was something that never used to happen in the Arizona legislature. It's a post-COVID phenomenon, and for the last 3 years, we've seen the legislature start to take breaks in May or June. What was even a little stranger this year is they alternated when they were in session. And once we conclude committee hearings, which we had done at that point, all the remaining work is really the two chambers working together. So to have the chambers there on staggered weeks was especially inefficient, and also something I had not seen in my 40 years of doing this. The House and Senate did not introduce any budget of their own. They introduced baseline numbers back in early February, no additional budget hearings after that. The Senate had an approach on the budget that any member that would vote on the budget would receive a certain amount of money to spend pretty much any way they wanted to. A little bit of an odd approach. It's been used by the Senate for the last 3 years. 3 years ago, we had in the state of Arizona a $2 billion surplus coming out of COVID. It wasn't controversial, it was easy to do. The following year, last year, we had a $2 billion deficit. So we were clawing money back, and luckily in Pima County, they tried to claw back $14 million that we got. We opposed that, and we were successful in opposing that. This year, we had only a $300 million surplus by the time the budget was adopted. The year started with a $1 billion surplus. It eroded every month. It continues to erode. we are going to be looking at a very, very difficult budget year next year, both because of general economic conditions and actions of the federal government. In early June, the Senate announced they were close to releasing a bipartisan deal between Senate Republicans, Senate Democrats, and the governor's office. The House was caught a little flat-footed by that. They quickly went into session on a Wednesday and adopted a Republican-only caucus budget, something that I'd never seen before. They didn't work with the Senate Republicans. They didn't work with the other members of the House. It passed on a party line vote. In fact, at the third reading vote, the Democrats walked out and didn't even participate in that budget. That budget was sent to the state Senate. Following week, the Senate came into session, did not consider the House budget, moved forward on their bipartisan budget, included in floor amendments a number of requests from House members, sent that budget to the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives, again, did not look at the Senate budget, just as the Senate had not looked at the House budget, and the House adopted a second budget. So now we have 3 budgets in 1 year. Never seen it before. Adopted an even more conservative budget, sent it to the Senate. The Senate sent both House budgets to the governor. She vetoed all 30 bills within 15 minutes, and finally, the House took up the Senate budget. On balance, Pima County and counties in general came out fairly well for a year that was pretty tight. We had minimal cost shift to the county, but I'm very concerned about next year. When finances are tight in the state of Arizona, our legislature, both politically and because of the 2/3 Prop 108 requirement, do not raise revenues themselves. They shift responsibilities to counties and leave all of you to deal with those problems. So, challenging budget year coming up next year. In other legislative matters, we had a pretty successful session. Total of 1,724 bills were introduced. That's about an average number. 130 resolutions. That's about double the number we normally see. That's because of the legislature's frustration with gubernatorial vetoes and trying to get around those vetoes. Over 420 bills were sent to the governor, and 174 were vetoed, shattering Governor Hobbs' record of 143 vetoes in her first year. So 265 bills were signed by the end of the session. That's about 90 to 100 short of what we see each year. For Pima County specifically, we got new authority for the Board of Supervisors to set the rate for post-conviction relief. Critical issue for Pima and other counties. We could have been facing federal sanctions. State law currently limited you to $100 per hour. It is unlikely you can retain competent legal counsel at $100 per hour. We got new authority for the board to streamline some of the development and land use procedures. We got new stormwater authority, closing a loophole that's existed in state law for almost 20 years. Now, Pima County stormwater legislation can conform to what our surrounding jurisdictions do. A year's worth of outreach was done by myself and your staff, your deputy county administrator, to ensure that the regulated community understood that this wasn't new regulation, but a way to have clearer authority and model what the county regulation is with its surrounding jurisdiction. We clarified and added consistency to harming a working dog or a service animal, new legislation that requires exchange of information if your dog bites someone, similar to a car accident, cleaned up legislation on registered sanitarians, those are your health inspectors that go around, extended the waste tire program, conformed state law to the federal age 21 smoking requirement, and were successful in getting the governor to convene a task force under the Department of Finance and Insurance to explore the skyrocketing cost of homeowners insurance and the unavailability of fire insurance. We also worked on legislation. Over 18 pieces of legislation were introduced on that item. Sadly, the only one that made it through the legislative process was the APS utility-sponsored legislation to limit and shield them from liability. We will be back this coming year to do more work on that. The task force is moving forward. Ironic issue, the insurance lobby did a very good job at deflecting responsibility from themselves and saying, well, really the problem is we don't have enough regulation. Maybe the first time in my career that I've had a business group say we don't have enough regulation, we need counties and cities to have more regulation, and we need them to have retroactive legislation to force people to maintain the areas around their house. Now, fire-wise programs are very worthwhile, very important, are an absolutely necessary part of dealing with this problem. However, as part of doing that, we need a commitment from insurance companies that they are going to look at the adoption of defensible space ordinances and flame retardant roofs and proper home venting. And during this session, we couldn't get the insurance company to look at that at all. And based on additional research, it's clear that many of these companies underwrite without looking at the specific circumstances whatsoever. So we will specifically be looking at that issue next year. Lots of emphasis on law enforcement and law enforcement funding. You might have seen a chart that had a lot of funding to other counties for law enforcement. Those might have been counties that were willing to participate in certain programs that Pima County might not have been comfortable with. So there's always a story behind the story in everything that happens at our legislature. And with that, I would be happy to answer any additional questions any of the board members have. And I thank you again for the invitation to address you today.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. I'm going to call first on Supervisor Cano because I believe he requested the county administrator to invite you to present to us. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott. And Mr. Rossi, really appreciate all of your decades of work on behalf of the people of Pima County. My first question is, can you confirm whether Pima County remains the only jurisdiction in Arizona that has not been reimbursed for federal asylum-related costs? And I ask that because I'm curious, if our litigation efforts fall short, do we have a strategy to engage the governor's border funding authority under the One Big Beautiful Bill as a secondary route?
Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Cano, two separate things. First, our litigation, which would be better addressed by the county attorney's office. I do believe there are other jurisdictions that have also not been reimbursed. However, Pima County spent far and away the most money on this program on behalf of the federal government. We have joined with other states around the country to try to recover that money, and those efforts are ongoing. We have also actively engaged the congressional delegation, especially the Southern Arizona congressional delegation, and asked them to make it their highest priority to get Pima County taxpayers paid back for the work that this county did at the request of the federal government. We have also engaged the governor's office. It's actually based on an executive order out of the president that is proposing to fund various border activities. The governor has put in an application to recover the cost of the containers that former Governor Ducey placed on the border. And we are still working with her administration to get the governor to work on our behalf, on Pima County taxpayers' behalf, to recover those funds.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi and Chair Scott. I have a few more questions.
Please.
Mr. Rossi, are there budget wins in the latest state budget that was signed by the governor? Are there wins in that budget, such as workforce development or shelter funding, that you believe Pima County should be highlighting more prominently in our outreach to the governor's office, and in particular, perhaps working with our legislative delegation and the executive to ask for some of those resources to make it down to Pima County?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Kano, first, the gains in each of those areas you listed were very modest this year, and they were all significantly less than we had asked for. Those items were all included in the Pima County legislative program. They are all county priorities. Most of that funding, not all of it, most of that funding is distributed by specific formulas, but we can absolutely continue to ask the governor to spend more of those revenues in southern Arizona. However, for this board and for most of the members of our southern Arizona delegation who were no's on this year's budget, about half of the Senate Democrats voted for the budget, half voted against it, and every one of them that spoke against it criticized the budget for the lack of resources placed in those areas. So we'll do what we can, but challenging budget year.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. My next question, Chair Scott, is for Administrator Lesher. Administrator Lesher, last week I sent some communication to your office about ways to strengthen our state and federal engagement, and I'm wondering if you have any recommendations for how the board can support this engagement, either as possibilities such as site visits, briefings, or listening sessions.
Yeah, Chair Scott and Supervisor Connor, yes, we very much appreciate a very robust list of ideas of things we can do with receptions and meetings and briefings and such. And we're looking at that as a terrific outline that we're going to put some meat on the bones and figure out a work plan on behalf of county staff that we'll bring back to you to see how we can implement those ideas throughout the year. So very much appreciate the initial work to see how we can make sure that people understand the full depth of knowledge we have in the various county departments.
My dream, Administrator Lesher, is to get Supervisor Christie to have some of the members of the Republican majority come down to Pima County, and I'll join him in those legislative visits as well. I see him smiling because you are an essential part of this work, Supervisor Christie. My statement, thank you, Administrator Lesher, on this item is that having served as a minority leader in the House and been there for 5+ years, I do believe that local jurisdictions have a unique ability before, during, and after legislative session from January and March and May, to be able to have a conversation with those folks who are elected to represent us in a way that's strategic and in a way that is proactive. I do believe that, especially related to border security funding, there are opportunities that we can be working with our legislative delegation and the governor's funding authority to ask the federal government to ensure that Pima County residents are not left holding the bill for the important work that we did over the last several years. I'm encouraged by the conversations I've had with Mr. Rossi to be included in part of that discussion with Governor Hobbs and the Trump administration to be able to ensure that taxpayers are held harmless in all of this. And most importantly, I do believe that there are opportunities in this budget that was just adopted by the legislature to simply ask for support to come down to Pima County. Low barrier shelter housing, we're going to discuss the critical need for us to keep moving that work in the weeks and months ahead. I believe that's one unique example of what we can do. Workforce development. We have an incredible strategy through the Prosperity Initiative to help people. And if we're not asking, we're not getting. And so I want us to be able to ensure that we are very strategic about those asks. And I really, of course, want to thank Mr. Rossi for, I've seen his leadership at the Capitol on behalf of the county, and so I know that the work that you, Mr. Rossi, and especially our board chair through the County Supervisors Association, the work that you are doing monthly is super critical, super important. I'm here to help and I'm here to be put to work. So I'm looking forward to that conversation developing with the entirety of the board, because I do think that we should be proud of all of our work as the second largest county. Thank you.
Supervisor Cano, thank you. And your background and experience in the legislature is already a benefit to the board, and I'm sure will be moving forward. Supervisor Allen, any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
please,
very
Go
quickly,
ahead.
I'd like to touch on a couple of those, and I'd like to thank our Southern Arizona delegation is amazing and always very supportive of Pima County. The Democratic members of the delegation, for the most part, are very in sync and supportive of most everything we work on. Sadly, that delegation is less influential than it used to be. When I started doing this 4 redistrictings ago, we had 18 members in the state legislature. They were all willing to work in a bipartisan fashion, Democrats and Republicans, joining together to benefit Southern Arizona. And during that, we reallocated gas tax, we reallocated sales tax, we reallocated the burden for long-term care, we got RTA authority, we got Rio Nuevo authority, and way too many other things. Much, much more challenging as Pinal County and Maricopa County have grown much faster than Pima County, and the legislature has become more and more polarized. But this year, we had great support from Democratic and Republican members of the legislature, and Senator Leach did amazing work for us on one of the county priorities. Senator Gowan was the lead on the bill that gave us the land use authority, and even Republicans that are not from down here. Senator Kavanaugh was the leader on the animal bills. Senator Gress helped us on a cremation authority bill, which did not make it over the finish line. However, I've worked out and found a workaround, and the Department of Health Services has endorsed that workaround, so we have a complete solution to that without needing to get legislative authority to it. Having said all of that, I love and fully support all the ideas for some additional engagement, and we'll see how changes go in the legislative process over the next year and couple years. It is challenging in this legislature for Democratic members of the legislature. I had one bill for the county supported by a Democratic member, and the House refused to vote it simply because it was a Democratic member. So at the moment, the most influence can be had during the budget process and trying to address county needs during the budget process.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Supervisor Allen.
Mr. Chair.
And I'm going to call on Supervisor Allen, and then I will call on you next, Supervisor Christie. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So first, thank you for your decades of service. Appreciate all of your work and your updates. I am curious, given the need across the state, including here in Pima County, to address the affordable housing, what opportunities you see on the horizon, if there was some progress made in the last legislative session, that would be helpful for us to know about.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Allen, affordable housing has been a high priority, at least allegedly, of both parties, especially for the last 3 years. Last year, some detached accessory unit legislation was passed that applied to cities. This year it applied to counties. We were successful in making a number of modifications to that bill, because although it was done in the name of affordable housing, its actual benefit for affordable housing, I would suggest, is pretty modest. And unfortunately, an awful lot of what's taken place the last 3 years is suddenly it's been popular to label every land use initiative as benefiting affordable housing, and you can wind up with some bipartisan support, whether it really does or not. We had advocated for much more money in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and greater flexibility in that area. There were some modest gains this year, far less than we would like to see, and it'll be a top priority for us going into next year. But I want to emphasize it's going to be a very challenging environment. Much more needs to be done in that area.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, Supervisor Allen?
Just to continue shaking the money tree and direct the wind to blow it here as much as possible. Thank you.
And Chair Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to call on Supervisor Christie, and
Yes,
then I'll
please.
come back to you, Supervisor Cano. Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rossi, we want to thank you for your and acknowledge your hard and dedicated efforts in the area of wildfire mitigation and in homeowners insurance issues. As you know, in my district, District 4, the vast majority of my district is impacted with wildfire issues, Mount Lemon, Tanque Verde Valley, Vail, City of Tucson, and Green Valley. And one thing that I'm hoping you're aware of, and I'm sure you are, is that there are a dozen Firewise chapters in my district, and the residents there are very concerned about wildfires, obviously because they live in a very vulnerable area, and they are committed to it. So I laud and appreciate your efforts to stay nipping at the heels of the insurance companies to take all of that into consideration. Your earlier comments kind of indicated that they don't take the wildfire program into the whole complex picture of insurance coverage. My question to you is, it was relayed to us that the mapping that the Forest Service uses as far as determining which areas of public lands are vulnerable to wildfire areas, and apparently those types of maps or mappings are what the insurance company relies on, or at least utilizes, to determine their premiums or their ability to offer homeowners insurance. What do you perceive or preview your efforts as far as changing those maps, which have been proven to be outdated and not up to what is the actual happening of those areas? I know in one area out in Rocking Cay, those maps indicated that an area was highly vulnerable, and right now it's a developed community in the Rocking Cay area. So how do you perceive being able to break through that veil, very strong veil that insurance companies are hiding behind with these maps that are woefully outdated and inappropriate?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Christie, that's the number one issue that we're going to be focusing on this year, and it's a little complicated. We do have federal maps, we do have state maps. All of those maps are general. It's interesting to note that the state of Oregon, days ago, repealed the use of those kinds of maps because they, in fact, were detrimental to the homeowners because they are not done with enough detail to accurately underwrite. And one of the other things that we've learned in recent research is that all of the insurance companies essentially use one of 5 companies to determine the fire risk. Some of those companies do it on a pretty detailed, pretty granular level, and some of them do it on a very generalized level. And it's not necessarily the insurance companies that you would expect to be more detailed or not, and it is not those maps that the insurance companies are using. But what's in the agenda and what I'm working on with the Resilience and Mitigation Committee and with other members of the legislature and with other counties, because there are many, many folks that are impacted on this, is to require that insurance companies use the best available data to determine the underwriting criteria for each property. As you know, you cited the example in your district. That's a master plan project that's in 2 separate zip codes. One zip code is considered low fire risk, and people there are not having trouble getting affordable insurance. The other zip code happens to include Saguaro Monument East, even though the project is nowhere near there, is identical to the south side of the project, and they are being restricted, unable to get insurance. We're going to try to address that issue. The insurance lobby works very hard to try to convince us that they're not part of the problem, but better and more accurate underwriting, even if they don't want to disclose what they're doing and how they're doing. There's a model in other states where they, on a confidential basis, share that information with the state regulator so you know that you're being written based on the actual risks of your home. You may not be able to get it to the individual home basis, but you ought to get credit for those fire-wise and other mitigation measures. That's what the industry tells us. You just need to adopt more regulations requiring that and enforcing that, but they won't commit to any sort of rate reduction or specific underwriting if we do that. So this year, I'm hoping we can avoid some of the misdirection and distraction and get a little more emphasis. And there's a bipartisan group that's interested in moving on this. We'll see if we can make more progress.
Supervisor Christie.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Rossi, I understand that in the last session, what were there, 17 related bills at the start of wildfire mitigation and insurance issues? 17 bills, and at the end of the session, there was barely one left standing that had any relevance. Was that how it played out?
Mr. Chairman, there were 18 and one passed.
18. Thank you, Mr. Rossi.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I just wanted to thank some of the members of our legislative delegation for their support of this last budget. As Mr. Rossi certainly knows, the magic number in the House is 31 and the magic number in the Senate is 16 to be able to see any kind of legislation or budgets advance. House Democrats provided 20 of those votes of the 40 in the House to pass this, and Senate Democrats provided 6 in the 17 of the 17 in the Senate, and that's and the full list of both Republican and Democratic legislators who made this happen. Just to put this into the record, I want to thank Representatives Mathis, Representative Diaz, Representative Griffin, Representative Gutierrez, Representative Stahl-Hamilton, Representative Villegas, and Representative Volk in the House for voting to advance this budget. I believe that they are unique opportunities for us to be able to have a conversation with them to talk about the importance of local government. And on the Senate, we had Senators Fernandez, Senators Gabaldon, and Senator Shope. Again, a bipartisan picture of the folks who made this budget happen at the very last minute. I want to thank Mr. Rossi for paying attention to our state budget process until the very end. I know, having been there and having served on multiple occasions, waiting to figure out when to get life back in order after July 1st, once the budget is adopted. It's a very difficult process and timeline. It's not easy, but we certainly have to celebrate those legislators who are looking to bring wins to all of our communities across Arizona. I want to thank those who I just mentioned. Thanks, Chair Scott.
Supervisor Cano, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members, could not agree more. I thank all of them, but I would be remiss if I didn't thank many of the no votes also, because many of the no votes from our delegation were no votes because they didn't see enough in this budget for this board's legislative priorities. So it's a very tricky balancing act we have with the budgets these days.
Mr. Rossi, I think those are all the questions or comments from my colleagues, but I had a couple. Following up on the question that Supervisor Allen asked about affordable housing, my understanding is that the state's low-income housing tax credit program was not renewed, but that the governor has made that a high priority moving forward. And as we know from what we've heard from the members of our Regional Affordable Housing Commission, oftentimes the federal and state program work together to help developers, and that's certainly going to be of benefit to us when we're looking at uses of our gap financing. So what are the prospects of getting that program back up and running?
Chair Scott, board members, I think we'll have a decent chance of getting that renewed, extended next year. It'll be a priority of many of us, and there is some bipartisan support of that. As an interesting aside, you just brought up one of the examples of why I suggested you might not want to make a motion that opposes all tax credits.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. I appreciate that. Second question was, you had mentioned that the legislature had tried to claw back $14 million of funding that the county had, and that we successfully resisted those efforts. What was that $14 million dedicated to?
Mr. Chairman, board members, Tier 2 Sonoran Corridor funding, and a small amount was released back that was unnecessary. And part of how that was done is we knew that the risk was coming, so we worked behind the scenes to ensure that as much money as necessary was obligated before bad things could happen.
And can we remind everybody what the Sonoran Corridor is?
Mr. Chairman, board members, the Sonoran Corridor is an important transportation link that connects I-19 and I-10 on the south side of Tucson to facilitate trade and especially truck traffic, but all traffic, by reducing by about 30 to 40 minutes the drive time of vehicles going or coming from Mexico, so that they don't need to drive north into the inverted V that our current highway system forms with I-19 and I-10, and have a bypass so that traffic doesn't need to come through the middle of town and shortens the drive time.
And then my final question, you will not be surprised, is on the subject of transportation, because we have been talking since I took office in 2021 about the state funding formulas and how they really operate to the detriment of Pima County in terms of acknowledging the large number of folks that we have in the unincorporated area, and therefore our road responsibilities are greater than some of the other counties. But as you've pointed out to me many times, the best time to have that conversation with the legislature and with our colleagues in the other 14 counties is if and when the legislature acted to either raise the state gasoline tax by itself, and you mentioned it hasn't been raised since 1990, or to forward something to the ballot. Is there any possibility of those conversations ensuing with this legislature and this governor?
Mr. Chairman, board members, as you've all heard before, transportation funding in the state of Arizona is a slow motion train wreck. And as we move forward on adoption of alternate fuel vehicles, that train wreck is accelerating. Currently, we receive 30 cents on the dollar. Our gas tax is amazingly low compared to the surrounding and competing states. However, the opportunity to add additional equity into the formula is non-existent without new revenue being injected into the formula. In 1994, we rewrote the gas tax distribution laws for the state of Arizona, and we did it by adding a couple percent more out of the state distribution base into the local government distribution base. In 1996, we added a couple percent more of vehicle license tax to the HERF distribution, and more heavily of that money weighted unincorporated population, and I would say addressed 50% of the funding in equity. But without additional revenue to inject into the system, there's no chance of rebalancing it. And frustratingly, at the start of this legislative session, the Senate did not even have a Senate Transportation Committee. One was created in the very final days of the session, but every single advocate to re-look at the gas tax, which almost certainly will have to be a ballot referral, are no longer in the legislature. We will have to come back to it being a priority. It will become a financial necessity. Currently, the state does not have enough transportation dollars in the state highway fund to fully maintain the state highway system, much less account for any of the increased growth that we're seeing in the state. The Maricopa region has helped itself. After years and years of inability to get their regional authority reauthorized, they succeeded and within the first year adopted a new 20-year regional transportation plan. We succeeded as the only county in Arizona to have authority to go to a full cent in 2019 and have been unable to move forward with any form of a new local program. And there are not great prospects at the moment for a new state program. Aggravating the problem even more is in the last 4 years, there has been a habit to use general fund revenue to fund projects that are definitely needed transportation projects, but are being funded more for political reasons and outside of the priority planning process in the HERF distribution system. And so we have been advocating for years and will continue to advocate that any increased revenues, general fund or other system, go through the HERF distribution funnel and priority planning process. And look, we have a couple projects and a couple times where we've asked for money on a dedicated project basis. So we've had some wins, but on balance in Pima County, we will always lose if we're dependent on the political whims to fund our transportation needs. So we need to address it on a systemic level. Long answer, complicated issue, frustrating issue.
I appreciate it. I am sure we will continue to have this dialogue. Mr. Rossi, I want to thank you on behalf of the board for being here today. We have another time certain item at 11, and I see that our guests are here, but thank you for your time and thank you for your leadership.
Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you all very, very much. As you know, I meet with you weekly, I meet with the administrator weekly, and I'm available to all of you genuinely 24/7. So anytimes, any questions, especially during the session that moves very, very rapidly, always feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you, sir. And
thank you, Administrator Lesher, for all your help and your support, and all the different departments that I work with. They do an amazing job to support your legislative program, so I'd like to thank all of them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. And Supervisor Cano, thank you for requesting that this item be added to our agenda.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, as noted, we have another time certain item. And our guests are here. This is agenda item number 26. It is presentation of fiscal year 2023-2024 audit results by the Office of the Auditor General for compliance with ARS 11-661 and 41-1494. Staff recommends acceptance of the audit results submitted by the Office of the Auditor General and approval of the Human Resources Memorandum proposed in the separate agenda item that we will take up after this one. Just a question for the clerk. Ms. Manriquez, do we need to move approval of the item before the presentation?
Chair Scott, board members, in the past, they've given their presentation and then you voted on the item.
All right, thank you for that. Ms. Lesher. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. And just to say how much that we appreciate the Auditor General Perry and her staff and the work that has been conducted with our finance department and others, and that this obviously, the opportunity to have an external set of eyes looking at everything we're doing should provide additional comfort and confidence, I hope, to the board and to all the citizens of Pima County to make sure that we're looking at this. We wish they would come every year and say, you're perfect. But I think working in conjunction, we are able to make sure that everything we are doing is moving as closely to that direction as human beings can get. So thank you very much for your work with our departments.
Thank you, Ms. Lusher. And then if I could just ask our guests from the Auditor General's office to introduce themselves, and then the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, nice to see you, Ms. Lesher, as well. I am Lindsay Perry, the Auditor General. Joining me is Catherine Edwards-Decker. She's my Financial Audit Director. So we're going to do sort of this dog and pony show and run through your audits. We've got a presentation also to go through. So again, thank you for inviting us to join you. We know your time is valuable, and we look forward to briefing you on your audit reports. I know, next slide, please. I know many of you are aware of my office, but for the new members, by way of background, my office is a legislative agency made up of nonpartisan staff. We provide impartial information and recommendations to help improve the operations and programs of governmental entities, such as the county. We are well-versed in and follow standards, including governmental auditing standards. Next slide, please. Similar to our previous presentations before this board, we are here today in accordance with the state laws that, Mr. Chairman, you read, and it requires us to present our audit findings before this board without the use of a consent agenda within 90 days of the audit's completion. So we appreciate the opportunity to be here to do that. Next slide, please. Each year, the county signs what we call as the engagement terms and conditions. And this document outlines both the responsibilities for my office as well as yours regarding the financial statement and single audits that we conduct. Highlighted for you on this slide are some of our key responsibilities, including conducting your audits in accordance with the various auditing standards and federal requirements, because there are a lot of them, as you know. We obtain reasonable assurance whether the county's financial statements are free from material misstatement. While reasonable assurance is high, it's not absolute. It's not an absolute level of assurance. So with that being said, the risk of not identifying material misstatements and non-compliance is higher due to fraud than from error, because fraud may involve a collaborative effort to commit fraud, or it may involve management not using or overriding internal controls and other factors. We communicate to you and your management team any significant matters for both the financial statement and the federal single audit, including expressing our opinions regarding those financial statements and federal awards. Next slide, please. Conversely, on this slide are some of the key county responsibilities, including providing for us accurate financial statements and financial information in accordance with accounting principles and federal requirements, which your teams are aware of. The county is also responsible for providing for us your view about the risks of fraud at the county and whether you are aware of any fraud, suspected fraud, allegations of fraud affecting the county. The county is also responsible for providing us your process for identifying, responding to, and monitoring the risks of fraud and violations to federal and state law. We communicate our expectations with regards to what we call this fraud representation letter, which we recently sent to the board, I believe, on July 21st. So all this to say, it takes a collaborative effort between my office and the board and your teams in order to conduct the county's audits. Additionally, the county is responsible for taking corrective action on any audit findings, which includes providing a written corrective action plan, which Catherine is going to go over, and it's at the end of those audit reports. Finally, the county is responsible for providing us with unrestricted access to staff, documentation, information systems, and any resources necessary for my team to complete the audit. This also includes meeting audit deadlines and a previously agreed upon at the start of our audit. Happy to report we've had a very good working relationship.
Pardon me, Ms. Perry. I apologize for interrupting, but Supervisor Christie is online. He's having trouble hearing you and just asks if you could move closer to the microphone.
Sure. Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't want to blow anybody out of the water. So just let me know if it's too loud.
No, he will let us know, but he was having trouble hearing you.
Okay. Apologies for that.
Not
yes. And so our teams have a very good working relationship. We were able to get the documents and items that we need and interview team members with no problem. So we appreciate that. Next slide, please. Today, we will be discussing our audit work on 3 required annual reports. So the first is the county's comprehensive annual financial report. Second is the report on internal control and compliance. And finally, the third report is that federal single audit report. As we have done in the past, when your annual reports are completed, we email those to you. So we emailed those on December 10th, February 10th, December 20th, February 10th, and May 8th, respectively. The first report, so the county's comprehensive financial audit report, is where you're going to find your financial statements and our opinion on them. So for fiscal year 2024, I'm happy to report that we issued an unmodified, which is really auditor speak for a clean opinion, which means the county's financial statements are reliable. The second report, which is our report on internal control and compliance, is where we report any findings and recommendations resulting from our audit of the county's financial statements. We reported 2 findings, and Catherine will go over those shortly. Finally, the third and final report, which is the federal single audit report, includes our assessment of the county's compliance with federal program requirements over each federal program that we are required to audit and report on internal control and noncompliance in those programs. So this audit is critical and required to ensure that the federal monies that the county receives continue to flow to the county and that the county meets its obligations to the federal government in the way that it spends those monies. For fiscal year 2024, we reported qualified opinions on 5 of 7 major programs tested and reported 4 single audit findings that, again, Catherine will cover shortly. So without further ado, Catherine's going to go over some financial history of the county and then talk about those findings and the report, and we're happy to take any questions that you have after that. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Scott, members of the board, and County Administrator Jan Lesher. As Lindsay mentioned, my name is Catherine Edwards Decker. And because we know these reports, next slide, please. We know these reports can be detailed and complex. The office issues a 2-page summary of highlights, financial highlights. And so I'd like to take the opportunity to present to you some information for the county over the last 5 years, which we've included in our highlights. As you can see on this slide, the county's 4 main sources of revenues continue to be county property taxes, federal and state grants, shared state sales tax, and county sales taxes. As you can see from the graph, 3 of the 4 revenues have remained fairly consistent over time that are ticking upwards. And then there's one that has been a little inconsistent, which is the federal and state grant programs. We've seen more of a curve to that one. Next slide, please. As you can see from this graph, the county's 4 main expense categories continue to be general government, public safety, highways and streets, and health and welfare programs. The county's public safety expenses increased nearly $18.3 million in fiscal year 24, and $10 million of that represented additional contributions made to the public safety retirement system. Health and welfare expenses have fluctuated up and down a little bit over the past few years, and notably, highways and streets expenses decreased by $71.2 million in fiscal year 24, primarily the result of decreased road construction and a reduction of funding in the pavement preservation program. So overall, for the county, from fiscal year 23 to 24, expenses decreased by $50.1 million. Next slide, please. This graph highlights the 5-year trend of the county's revenues and expenses. The revenues you can see are shown in light blue and the expenses are shown in dark blue. You can also see from the bar line, this represents the county's net position, also referenced as the reserves. It is considerably higher than the current revenue or expenses, and most importantly, the county's net position increased in fiscal year 24. Total net position of the county was $2.7 billion at June 30th, 2024. And it's important to note that because not all of the net position balance is spendable at the end of fiscal year 24, that $2.6 billion of this balance is invested in capital assets. $426 million is restricted, which leaves a negative unrestricted balance of $283 million. And this is primarily due to the county's pension liability, which was $529 million at the end of fiscal year 24. Next slide, please. Finally, I would like to highlight the county's federal expenditures that are presented each year in the county's single audit report. As you can see from the table, the 4 largest agencies that the county received federal grants from were the Department of Treasury, Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Labor, and the Department of Homeland Security. You can also see a decrease in the federal expenditures in fiscal year 24 of about $3.6 million, primarily due to a reduction in the amount of COVID-19 monies that the county received and spent from the Department of Treasury. Specifically, the county's emergency rental assistance program expenditures were $9.3 million in fiscal year 24, which was a decrease of nearly $30.7 million from the previous year. This is partially offset by the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds and local assistance and tribal consistency fund of $16.4 million and $7.9 million respectively. Next slide, please. Before we discuss the findings reported for the fiscal year 24 audits, we would like to acknowledge the county's progress on correcting prior year findings. So in fiscal year 2022, we had 2 audit findings in our financial statements, one was a financial statement finding and one was a federal compliance finding. Our auditing standards require that we follow up on any prior year audit findings until those findings have been corrected. The financial statement finding was related to the county's procurement department, the lack of verification over vendor information changes. In this finding, we reported as fully corrected due to the county's implementation of a new ERP system. The second finding referenced on the slide is partially corrected, and it was a federal compliance finding related to subrecipient monitoring for the Emergency Food and Shelter National Board Program. We noted that this is partially corrected because while the county addressed the immediate issue regarding the subaward that we had identified, the county is still in progress of implementing a comprehensive system to improve its subrecipient monitoring controls. Management estimated to us that the issue would be fully resolved later this summer. Next slide, please. Now moving on to our current year audit recommendations and findings. The report on internal control and compliance is where you will see the financial statement findings as well as the county's responses to those. The first financial statement finding identified deficiencies in the county's process for managing and documenting its risks with respect to its IT system. Specifically, the county process did not include identifying, classifying, and inventorying its sensitive information that might need stronger access controls and security controls. To correct this finding, we recommend that the county plan for where to allocate resources and implement critical controls, evaluate and manage the risks of holding sensitive information by identifying, classifying, and inventorying the information the county holds to assess whether it does need stronger access and security controls needed to protect that data in accordance with state statute and federal regulation. The county anticipated that it would correct this finding by implementing our recommendations by June of 2025. Next slide, please.
Pardon me, Ms. Decker, before you go to the next slide, now that we're getting into slides 12 through 18, and the board's had the opportunity to look at these slides prior to the presentation, I may or interject at times or ask board members to interject at times so that we can ask the county administrator what staff's intent plans are to address these issues. So Ms. Lesher, with regard to the items on this slide, what are staff's plans in terms of addressing this issue?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Scott. Couple of things. We will go through some of the specifics. I think in May, last May 13th, we did provide the board with an overview of what we were doing with the establishment of the Data Governance Council, which is a group of individuals who will be looking at policy development and data management and such, and reviewing this regularly. And I think that's a big step towards this. The county data classification policy has been updated, and an annual inventory of data systems and applications has been completed. The critical data elements have been classified, evaluated, and that plan is developed with the procedures are integrated into the periodic data systems, as we've indicated in this, that will be reviewed by the Governance Council. We've also addressed the annual comprehensive review of all the accounts that will continue to be monitored while we finish out as we've mentioned, we have a new ERP, all of this modified with Workday. So those, I believe we've addressed those issues. One remaining issue that is planned but is not completed, but it deals with the mail flow and the work that we're doing on bifurcation of on-prem and cloud storage of information, and what we've been doing to migrate away from on-prem storage. That has not been completed, but October of this year is when we see the end of the on-prem server components. And so we believe that the last of the elements that we need to identify and respond to these critical functions identified by the Auditor General's office will be, they're either been completed or we have the last plan for the final integration in October of this year. I am going to look to, I believe that we've got the finance team and IT team. Have I left anything out? Is there anything else we need to add to that element? Okay, good, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lesher. And I indicated to my colleagues that I might interject when we're going through these slides 12 to 18, but I also want to make sure that you have the opportunity to ask questions at this point, either of our guests or county administration. All right. And Supervisor Christie, we can't see you because of the slides, so if you have any questions or comments to make, just shout out and I'll be sure to call on you.
Thank you. I'm doing fine. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Go ahead, Ms. Becker. Thank you.
Next slide, please. The second financial statement finding identified deficiencies in the county treasurer's office control procedures over its IT systems and data. To correct this finding, we recommend that the county make it a priority to develop and document comprehensive IT policies and procedures and ensure that those procedures are consistently followed. Second, to develop, document, and implement processes to restrict asset access and enhance authentication requirements for its IT systems. Again, the county anticipated correcting this finding and implementing recommendations by June 2025.
And Ms. Becker and Ms. Perry, serendipitously, the treasurer will be here at 1:15 to deliver his annual report to the board, and I'm sure this will be one of the items we discuss with him.
Great. Next slide, please. Now I will start to go over the federal compliance findings that we reported in the single audit report. So in the first federal finding, we reported that the county did not accurately compile its schedule of expenditures for federal awards. We also reference this as the CFA. As a result, the county initially prepared a CFA that contained errors and required corrections so that that county CFA would contain accurate information. For example, the total expenditures were understated by nearly $5.1 million. Also understated were total expenditures that were passed through to the county subrecipients of nearly $357,000. The county did not correctly identify all applicable program clusters or accurate program cluster totals. There were some misidentified pass-through entities, and at times the county excluded necessary assistance listing numbers and reported incorrect assistance listing numbers. In addition, in this finding, the county submitted its June 30th, 2024 single audit report to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse 38 days later than the required statutory deadline of March 31st, 2025. To correct this finding, we recommend that the county accurately prepare the CFA by allocating staffing resources and providing training on existing policies and procedures, and review the CFA for accuracy. We also recommend to create and maintain a comprehensive listing of all federal funds recorded in its accounting system. Third, submit all future single audit reports on or before the federally required submission deadline, which is no later than 9 months after fiscal year end or March 31st of the subsequent year. The county reported that it anticipates correcting this finding and implementing our recommendations by June 30th, 2026.
Ms. Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott. And I think over the last several months, as we've been dealing with issues related to the SSP program and some of issues related to our processing and the work with the legal asylum seekers, we have continued to update the board on some of the concerns that were brought forward. I think the most significant change that has occurred is in March of 25, several months ago, we moved the entire grants finance team out of the grants management and innovation department and into finance, so that it can be more closely monitored by others in the financial field and not just in the grants world, and provide additional backup. And I know that the finance team has been staffing up in that area, and I think that we'll provide an additional update, but I think that what you've heard here today and what we found from the Auditor General is consistent with the reports that we were providing to the board throughout the process, and believe that the move to have a more robust opportunity to evaluate the finances in the finance department will ensure that we've corrected these actions and don't have problems again, including and not limited to filing on time.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher.
May I just, Mr. Quaron, anything we need to add from the finance world?
Ms. Lesher, Mr. Chair, members of the board, the only thing I would add is that we are taking steps to implement the measures as outlined by the Auditor General. I know that I've met with Ms. Decker on multiple occasions, as well as Ms. Hose in the audience. So I can assure the board that these steps are being taken and are being addressed by the Finance Department in earnest.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher and Mr. Quaron. Any questions or comments from board members? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Becker. Thank you.
Next slide, please. In the second federal compliance finding, we reported that the county's Grants Management and Innovation Department awarded over $29 million to 27 subrecipients during fiscal year 24, but did not perform all of the required monitoring of its subrecipients' activities or compliance with award terms, program requirements, which resulted in question costs of $347,345. To correct this finding, we recommend that the department or the county follow established policies and procedures for performing and documenting the monitoring reviews of all of its subrecipients, to prioritize and allocate sufficient resources, such as staffing, to comply with program requirements, and to work with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to determine if it will require the county to reimburse the $347,345 in question costs. This finding was initially reported in fiscal year 2022 as that one that we mentioned was partially corrected, and the county reported to us that it anticipates correcting this finding by June 30th of 2026.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. Anything to add to this slide, Ms.?
And Chair Scott, simply, this is the one vendor that we have discussed quite a bit with the board about a provision of service out at our Drexel facility. And we continue to work with the vendor and the Department of Homeland Security to resolve this issue.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Becker.
Thank you. Next slide, please. In the third federal compliance finding, we reported that the department did not develop, document, or implement internal control procedures to monitor its compliance with program reporting requirements. So specifically for 5 of 7 federal programs we tested, the department did not perform an independent review and approval of reports prior to submitting them to the federal grantor to ensure that the reported expenditures were accurate, agreed to the county's records, and contained only allowable expenses. Despite lacking the internal control procedures for that review and approval process, we did not identify any inaccurate program information reported to the federal agency. So the result was not noncompliance, just a control deficiency. To correct this finding, we recommend that the county develop, document, and implement its policies and procedures, train responsible employees to monitor compliance with the program's reporting requirements, and perform and document an independent review and approval of all federal program reports prior to submitting them to the federal agency to ensure that those reports are accurate, agree to the records, and only contain allowable expenditures. The county reported that it anticipates correcting this finding and implementing our recommendations by June of 2026.
Thank you. Anything to add on this one, Ms. Lesher?
Simply that, Mr. Chair, that we concur with and are implementing the recommendations.
Thank you. Ms. Becker.
Next slide, please. In the fourth federal compliance finding, we noted that the department did not retain documentation to support 8 reports that we tested for its emergency rental assistance program, the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds program, and did not always report accurate information or required elements. To correct this finding, we recommend that the county prepare and retain its detailed documentation, such as system reports, screenshots, or queries, to ensure that accurate and complete program information is reported to those federal agencies for each federal program. We also recommend to develop, document, and implement policies and procedures and train the respective employees to monitor compliance with reporting requirements. Third, work with the U.S. Department of Treasury to determine if it will require and allow the department to adjust and resubmit previously submitted reports to correct detected errors or missing information. Again, the county reported that it anticipates correcting this finding and implementing our recommendations by June 2026.
Ms. Lesher, the board received a memo fairly recently about the restructuring of this department. Can we assume that that part of the reason for that restructuring is dealing with some of these audit issues?
Mr. Chair, I think you'll see that with the change in grants finance and restructuring the department, that much of it is being done simply to make sure that we are adhering to the recommendations, and you will see a report coming before June of next year, we hope, that indicates that all of these have been addressed and resolved.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? All right, if there are none, I will move that we accept the audit results submitted by the Office of the Auditor General and approval of the Human Resources Memorandum proposed in the separate agenda item, which I will take up later.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion?
Chair Scott.
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott, I want to thank the Auditor General and her team for coming down to Tucson and also doing a deep dive into our finances. I have full confidence in the work of our county employees and our finance department to be able to ensure that we are issuing the right corrections to our internal policies and procedures so that we can have a better audit next year. But most importantly, I also want to give voice to the fact that counties across our state dealt with unprecedented resources coming our way over the last several years. And so I want to thank our county administrator for recognizing the need for us to correct some of these recommendations that have been advanced, and most importantly, to continue doing the good work that we do as a county on behalf of the people we serve. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. All those in favor of item number 26 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Item passes 4-0. And if you want to stay for the rest of the excitement, I will move item number 27, which is approval of the memorandum that was mentioned in item number 26.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Item passes 4-0. Thank you all very much. Ms. Perry, Ms. Becker, rest of your team, thanks very much. Appreciate it. All right. Ms. Lesher, thank you also, and thank you, Mr. Caron. All right. We have an executive session that is scheduled for noon. I am hoping that in between now and then, I might be able to address some of the potentially less controversial parts of our agenda, but I'll find out if I'm right about whether they are or not. But wonder if my colleagues would, and I'm going to do these in, because we have a colleague participating remotely, I'm not going to do these in big batches. Because I think that's unfair to colleagues participating remotely. But I'd like to move approval of items 24, 25, 28, 29, and 31.
Second.
Okay, that's moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. And I already see a thumbs up from Supervisor Christie. So all those in favor of approving those 5 items indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. So we've approved those items. And just a question for the clerk with regard to item number 29, did we need to verbally state the resolution number or no?
Chair Scott, yes, please.
Okay. So part of that was moving to pass resolution number 2025-26.
Thank you.
All right. We always try to make you happy.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
Mr. Chair? Did you want to give those numbers just one more time?
Yes, sir, I will. What we just enacted were 24, 25, 28,
24, 25, 28,
29, and 31.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Scott?
Yes, Supervisor Allen.
So 20, I should have said this earlier, 29 and 11 are tied together. So if, just stating that, I have some questions and concerns about, I had it with 11, but presumably they would carry to 29.
So thank you, Supervisor, and I appreciate you pointing that out because they are 2 separate items. One of them is when we are sitting as the Flood Control District Board. The other one that we just passed is when we're sitting as the Board of Supervisors. But because you had those questions, let's take up item number 11. We are sitting as the Flood Control District Board, and I will move that we adopt resolution number 2025-FC5.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. And Supervisor Allen, you had some questions and concerns.
Well, so we looked a little bit, looked into this, and I guess I'm concerned about scaling back, given that my understanding is that the forester makes this determination or recommendation based on rainfall, humidity, and decreased fire activity, and that it's a statewide effort, statewide determination. I'm just not sure if this is pinpointed to us to the degree that warrants a drop from stage 2 to stage 1, given that, I don't know that 2 good rainstorms necessarily gets us out of drought conditions. Well, I know that it does not. We are still in drought, and we are still in extreme heat, which exacerbates those conditions. Our humidity level, I think as of Friday, was at like 17%. So I just concerned that while this might be true at some statewide level, but I'm not sure that this is true for a Pima County level. And given some of the other questions and concerns around, what this does, do we lose any protections around fire insurance? Do we lose, what do we lose by dropping down our fire risk levels, and what do we gain by keeping it at stage 2?
And just to add to my colleagues' questions and concerns, Supervisor Allen mentioned that this was based on a recommendation from the state forester, but there was also a recommendation from something called the Southeast Zone Fire Board, and I have no idea who or what the Southeast Zone Fire Board is. So, Ms. Lesher, or someone you could designate, if we could address how those recommendations come to the county and who are the members of that board.
Chair Scott and then Supervisor Allen, we'll have to get back with you on all of that. When the board adopted this, it was based on the recommendations of those 2 organizations. When those 2 organizations then removed the higher designation, we come back simply because we were aligned with them going into it and aligned going out of it. And that's what we have done historically. If the board would like to keep these in place while we come back with the additional evaluation, we can do that. But it was, it's the same standard that was used at the state level that we used to make the recommendation, and therefore what we've just undone it when they undo it. But if we need to come back and provide additional information we'd not provided when we went into the designation, we can certainly do that.
Well, I'm comfortable keeping my motion in place, but I think the board would benefit from getting some more information about how this whole process works, and again, letting us know who are the members of this Southeast Zone Fire Board.
Thank you.
I don't know if they work under the forester or what their role is. And Supervisor Christie has a question. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. I'm just curious, in light of what this discussion centered on, can county fire restrictions exceed the state's?
It's a very good question. Ms. Lesher?
I don't, I'm looking at legal counsel. I don't know.
Okay. That's another thing, Supervisor Christie, where we'd have to get some additional information, because not only was Ms. Lesher not sure, neither was Mr. Jerkowitz as a matter of law.
And it should be noted again that the federal land and the state lands ended stage 2.
Right.
So I'm sure that's what promulgated the county following suit. But
correct.
I'm just curious about the restrictions exceeding the states.
Good question. Supervisor Allen.
While Mr. Rossi was talking about some of the wildfire risk indexes, I also pulled up the FEMA risk index, which shows Pima County at a 99.7 wildfire risk, which is pretty high. So, there's a variety of these risk factors and indices that so I guess it seems like we still have a very high risk based on some of these key factors, so I don't know.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Allen, happy to do the analysis. Historically, we have kept the county in following the direction of the federal and state at those levels. Happy to provide the complete report on this. You passed the other item, so if we want to reconsider that and/or delay this.
No, I'm again, just speaking for myself, I'm comfortable approving the items, but I just think the board would benefit from more information based on the questions from the board. So all those in favor of adopting resolution number 2025-FC5 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. Supervisor Allen, thank you. That was an important dialogue to have. Supervisor Christie.
May I offer for board consideration under procurement that we address and approve or address 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42.
Those were on my list, Supervisor, so I will second your motion to approve items 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. That was seconded by Supervisor Allen. Oh, wait, no, I seconded your motion. I'm sorry, Supervisor Christie. But did you have something you wanted to ask, Supervisor Allen? I did not. Okay, all those in favor of passing those 5 items indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right.
Chair Scott?
Go ahead, Supervisor Cano, please.
I am wondering if we might be able to have a motion. So I am moving items numbers 43 through 54 with the exception of number 53. And I'm looking to Supervisor Christie to see if there are any others that he'd like to exclude.
Can you repeat that, please, Supervisor?
43 through 54 with the exception of 53.
Okay, those were all on my list as well coming into this meeting, Supervisor. So, and I even had 53, but I will second your motion.
For discussion, Mr. Chair?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
I'd just like to point out, in the sense of full disclosure and transparency, if you look at items 44, 45, 46, and 47, the grant monies being allocated here are all different, but the recipient of the grant money are all the same, to provide for the Community Action Service Program. And it's that in 44, 45, 46, 47, all providing for the Community Action Service. Whereas if you go back to items 50 through 54, you'll notice that under acceptance by the Arizona Department of Health Services, the recipient is identified specifically for the amounts. I would hardly suggest that in the future, when there's these types of redundancies as far as where the money's going, at least we have an idea specifically where the money's going, rather than lumping them in all the same. Other than that, I have no problem with Supervisor Cano's motion.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Administrator Lesher, any response to Supervisor Christie's concern?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, we hear you, and we will make sure we're breaking that out as we've done with health in the future.
All right. Supervisor
Just so we know where the money's going. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Allen.
So I'm wondering if we might be able to get a report on the outcomes of 43. Extending the grant. So it's an existing grant we're extending and amending. I'm just wondering how that has proceeded to date.
Happy to get back with you on that.
And then a question on 52.
Excuse me, that was 43?
Yes, 43.
Got it, thank you.
And then on 52, wondering what recommendations have come forward from past suicide mortality reviews? Because we got an alert that suicides have hit and exceeded a stated threshold. And so we'd love to know more about why. And is that triggering then any policy changes, different approaches, and just kind of what that means and the implications on this grant?
And Administrator Lesher, I think I'm correct in stating that the Suicide Prevention Task Force within the Health Department had finished its work prior to the seating of the new board with Supervisor Allen and Supervisor Cano. So perhaps if the board could get an update on the recommendations of that task force that Dr. Cullen had within her department. I think that would be not only good for the entire board to hear about how those recommendations are playing out, but it would also be a way of introducing the work of that task force to Supervisors Allen and Cano and their staffs.
Chair Scott.
Supervisor Cano.
And I want to thank my colleague from District 3 for mentioning the Suicide Mortality Review Program. I do believe, and I have talked with Administrator Lesher in a separate conversation about those numbers that the board did receive just a few weeks ago on the region's mortality report. And one thing that I find to be extremely alarming in that data is the increase in domestic violence-related suicides. We really have to, as a county, start to think about ways in which we are going to support domestic violence prevention, and most importantly, be offering support to the agencies locally that are tasked with responding to these very difficult circumstances. And so I believe that the additional information that Supervisor Allen is requesting is also very timely and in alignment with the perspectives of District 5. With that, I'd call to question items 43 to 54. With the exclusion of 53.
Thank you, Supervisor. All those in favor of approving those items indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, those items pass 4-0. Go ahead, Supervisor Cano.
I'd like to move item number 53, acceptance of the Health Department of Services funding for the Healthy People, Healthy Communities Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program.
I'll second that. Discussion on item number 53. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Item passes 4-0. Wonder if my colleagues would consider approving the following 6 items, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37. I'd move approval, seconded by Supervisor Cano. And I'm sorry, Supervisor Christie. Go ahead, sir.
I would support all of those. That was 32, 33, 34, and 35.
And then also 36 and 37.
36 and 37, yes. All but number 34.
Okay, I will amend my motion to approve 32, 33, 35, 36, and 37. Is that acceptable to you, Supervisor Cano?
Yes.
All right, so all those in favor of those 5 items indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, those 5 items are approved. Go ahead, Supervisor Cano.
I move to approve item number 34, Community Bridges Amendment number 1.
I'll second that. Discussion on item number 34. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. All right. Got a lot covered there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor
Chair,
Christie.
Have we approved the consent? Have we approved the consent agenda?
We have not, and you can certainly make that motion.
So moved.
And I will second it. All those in favor of approving item number 13, which is the approval of the consent calendar, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent calendar is approved as submitted. We have an executive session in 7 minutes. But I think we might be able to do this. Item number 12 is not connected with executive session, right? Okay, so I will move item number 12, which is proposed settlement in Pima County Flood Control District versus L&W Supply Corporation. And we are sitting as the, gosh darn it, why do I always forget that, Ms. Manriquez? And we are sitting as the Flood Control District Board.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of item number 12 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, item passes 4-0. Let's take up item number 14. This is, and we are now again sitting as the Board of Supervisors. I swear I'm going to learn how to do this before the end of the year. This is release of an attorney-client privileged memorandum, and I put this on the agenda after we had a discussion about, based on an item that Supervisor Allen had put on the agenda, calling on the board to get staff to take a look at how we handle non-disclosure agreements specific to economic development projects. And as the board knows, we approved that item, and we're going to hear back from staff next month. This memorandum was sent to the board the day before we voted on the 2 Project Blue items. In fact, I received, I'm not sure if my colleagues received, but I received a phone call that night letting me know that that memorandum was coming, and it was requested that I read it before we voted on the 2 items the next day. I thought that it would be in the interest of the public to know how non-disclosure agreements have been handled by the county, not just by county staff, but by the county attorney's office. Mr. Jerkowitz has pointed out very appropriately in a conversation with me prior to this meeting that attached to this memorandum are not previous non-disclosure agreements. So my purpose in putting the memorandum out there is, as my colleagues know, it gives some indication of how NDAs are handled. But my motion would be that we remove attorney-client privilege and release the memorandum, but that we direct staff to redact the names of the companies and exhibits in the attached NDAs because that could pose some legal problems. Is that accurately stated, Mr. Jerkowitz?
Sure, Scott, that is correct. So those are not just past NDAs, those are current NDAs.
All right.
And so that could be problematic.
Okay, so we could release the memorandum. We could also release the NDAs, but we would redact the names of the companies and exhibits, correct?
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, and that would satisfy my intent in putting that language out there. So that would be my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Discussion, Supervisor Allen.
I wonder if I could make a slight amendment that we redact the names for the current NDAs, the ones that are still in effect, but leave the ones for the NDAs that have closed.
I'm not opposed to that in principle, but let me check with Mr. Jerkowitz to see if there'd be any legal ramifications for that.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, no, there's no problem with releasing the NDAs in total once the transaction.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
There's no problem with releasing the NDAs in total once the transaction is completed, once the NDA term is up. There may be some problem with releasing current NDAs and even including some of the actual language if it would identify the project and who's going to be potentially involved in that project. So it might be better for the board just not to release any current NDAs in total, but it's up to the board.
So what I'm understanding, Mr. Jerkowitz, is that your recommendation from a legal perspective is that we not release any of the current NDAs that are attached to this memorandum, and that if we attach, and that if we release any of the expired NDAs, that we redact the names of the companies and exhibits.
I don't think there's any legal problem with releasing the names of any companies where the NDAs have expired.
So what you're saying is releasing the memorandum and releasing expired NDAs is what you would advise the board, but not to release any current NDAs.
Correct. And to redact out the names, there are names of companies listed in the memorandum itself that we would need to redact.
Okay. That would be my motion. Is that acceptable to you, Supervisor Christie, as the second? All right. Thank you. Further discussion? Go ahead, Supervisor Allen. You're fine.
I support releasing the memo and the modification of the attachments, but I did want to note that I had some initial hesitancy around it just because the memo is, it's opinion, it's not policy, and some of the things that are in there around the language that the electeds are included within an NDA that is signed by staff. I have heard that other jurisdictions have come to other conclusions, and so I'm fine releasing it, but I think pieces of it, I think that there are other interpretations of how and who NDAs apply to. So I just wanted to put out on the record that, there's other interpretations.
I appreciate that. Mr. Jerkowitz, any response from a legal perspective to Supervisor Allen's comments?
Sure. Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, I don't know which specific jurisdictions you're referring to and what their rules and policies are. It's pretty clear under Pima County's current policies, which are under review, that the board has previously delegated authority to individuals in the county to authorize those NDAs on behalf of the county as a whole.
Any other comments, Supervisor? Supervisor Cano, any questions or comments?
Thank you, Chair Scott. I just wanted for the record to indicate that I will be opposing all requests to release the county attorney's opinion today. I firmly believe that related to particular items, and in this instance, item number 14, I am generally uncomfortable with our county as a government entering into non-disclosure agreements without the board's full knowledge. I believe that this is a conversation to be had with our county administration, our economic development teams, and the contents of this communication, I think, also have to really be respected. It is very rare for lawyers to be writing opinions to their clients, in this case the board, with the expectation that all of that information becomes proprietary and releasable to the public. And so I think we're having the conversation in reverse order. And I think the more that we have economic development entities in our region forcing local jurisdictions like Pima County and the city of Tucson to consider very controversial projects that are not in alignment with our region's efforts, we need to hold those folks accountable as well in these discussions. And I'm generally uncomfortable at this moment with releasing the information that's been provided to the board until we ensure that the guardrails are in place. So that's my opinion on all releasing of county attorney-client privilege memorandums today. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor, and that's certainly consistent with your vote on Supervisor Hines' addendum item earlier. Any other comments or questions from board members? Okay, all those in favor of item number 14 as amended, or as described, I should say, indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Kano opposed. All right, and Mr. Jerkowitz, thank you for your assistance and guidance with that item. All right, and it's 12:03. We have a time certain item for an executive session at this time. I will move that the board recess and go into executive session.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are in exec until the sound of the gavel. Thank you. All right, we are back in regular session after coming out of exec. And to go back to the regular agenda, item 9, there was discussion on this item, and staff will be returning to the board when appropriate. Regular agenda item number 10 was for information only. And going back to the regular agenda under item number 23, I would move that the board proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
It's moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. I'm sorry, Mr. Jerkowitz.
Chair Scott, can I get the motion as to participate in the settlements as discussed in executive session?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Jerkowitz. I'm going to amend my motion to say that to participate in the settlements as discussed in executive session. Is that appropriate for you, Supervisor Allen?
Second again.
All right, thank you. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye or giving a thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye. All right, item passes 4-0. And we are 7 minutes behind. We were supposed to have a time certain item at 1:15. And I apologize to our friends from the treasurer's office that we're a little bit late, but we'll now turn it over to Treasurer Johnson and his team.
Okay. Thank you. I believe we have slides. Oh, there we go. Super, great, thank you. And Chairman Scott and members of the board, thank you for having us here today for this report. It's a little bit short planned only because of some issues that I realized that we had a time constraint on producing this report. So next slide, please. That was just the highlights. Okay, so just a brief overview of the county treasurer's role and responsibilities. Okay, so tax collection responsibility. The treasurer is responsible for collecting taxes and for all the government agencies. That includes school districts, courts, community college, fire districts, and everything according to Arizona law. We manage the county funds. We oversee the safekeeping of the county agency funds and ensure funds are available to meet obligations and proper financial operations. And the treasurer's office functions as a bank for schools, fire districts, and other special districts. We also manage the debt service for school districts and fire districts and the special districts. And we also manage the short-term investment of public funds. And of course, revenue distribution. When the property taxes come in, we collect and then we distribute to all the various taxing authorities. And we ensure financial accountability, maintain transparency in all our financial transactions as required by law. So next slide, please. Okay. So ARS 42-18002. That's why we were here today. Because on or before August 15th of each year, the county treasurer shall report to the Board of Supervisors the amount of taxes charged for collection during the preceding fiscal year on the roll and the total collections for that year, the amount of increase and decrease due to corrections, and the total amount of unpaid taxes on the roll as of June 30th. So the property tax levy. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is a distinction here. We have the levy for real property, the levy for personal property. This is what you will, in your next meeting, on August 18th, will be approving for the next following year. So the total levy for the last tax year, 24, was a little over $1.5 billion. But the total amount billed was over $1.4 billion. And the reason for that is that these state aid to education, goes directly to the school districts. We do not bill it and distribute it. It goes directly to the schools. So the total amount billed is less the state aid to education from the total levy. And collections, we collected about $1.4 billion, and that was 98.1% of all the taxes that were billed. This is well within the standard range for property tax collections around the country. So we did collect extra in delinquent property taxes from previous years, so you can see the figure for the total amount of tax collected within the fiscal year. And then tax roll corrections.
There are 2 slides behind.
Oh, I'm a couple of slides behind.
Yeah, next slide.
Next slide, and then the next slide. We already did. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the screen. Okay. Tax roll corrections. Okay, so we processed in the fiscal year 4,011 tax roll corrections for a net adjustment of negative $4,736,606.29. This is obviously a concern to a lot of the taxing districts when we have those negative distributions, but the tax roll corrections are always initiated from the assessor's office. And then they come to us, and then we process them and do the distribution or negative distribution, depending upon what that correction is. And I just wanted to mention that this year I changed a long-standing policy with the treasurer's office, where previously, because of the fact that there is a situation where if there is a government-initiated correction, which would be like a notice of proposed correction, we are not allowed to collect and bill and collect on that increase in taxes. But there are situations, notices of claim, and say, for example, also property that had been exempt, maybe for a widow or a disabled veteran, and then there's a change of status, then that property again can be billed. So we will be billing increases when it's allowable by law in the future. And then delinquent taxes, we had the total taxes outstanding for the year were $23,438,793.21. These 24 property taxes that are delinquent will be subject to a tax lien sale in February of 2026. So if they're not paid in full by then, so we can recover those taxes then, when the tax lien sales. Next slide, please. Okay, so just a little bit on the financials. We hadn't even completed all our reports at this time, but just to give you a brief overview of our cash flow, you can see on the chart there that, there's the inflow and outflow obviously varies. It's not consistent throughout the year. When property taxes are collected, we have a large inflow. And when we have to pay, you'll see in period 6 and 12, that's December and June, we have significant outflow, and that's mostly to pay for debt service. And now we'll go on to personnel, and I'll introduce Chief Deputy Treasurer Jake Martin.
Thank you, Treasurer Johnson, County Administrator Lesher, Chair Scott, honorable members of the board, good afternoon. So since taking office, we have overseen some significant changes to personnel and operations within the Treasurer's office. Initially, we have added 2 new service-oriented positions in the accounting and tax collection department. to enhance taxpayer service and reduce overall wait times for both our taxpayers and districts. We have also created a new accounting supervisor role to strengthen segregation of duties within our office and improve auditing internal controls. We've opened a new IT developer position, which we hope to fill in the coming weeks, to support the growing safety and security needs of Pima County's finances, improve the online experience of our taxpayers, streamline software interactions for staff, and help us move forward IT-wise. We have raised the department's minimum wage to reduce a nearly 80% turnover rate in certain departments, recognize staff skills in service, and position the Treasurer's Office as an employer of choice in Pima County. In addition, we have established standardized bilingual compensation to improve service for our many multilingual taxpayers and jurisdictions. Lastly, we have opened the opportunity for professional growth for all our staff by providing voluntary memberships in the Government Finance Officers Association, allowing them access to certifications and trainings. Next slide, please. Thank you. Moving forward to operations, we have put a major emphasis on strengthening and improving our internal control framework with improved segregation of duties. Those are our new positions, new internal controls, things like that. We have enhanced documentation of internal policies and procedures for clearer staff guidance and consistency in our office's operations. We've improved our readiness for audits by improving our documentation of policies and procedures. We've increased our transparency and accountability practices within the department. And through all of that, we're working to ensure increased responsible management and protection of public funds. Next slide, please. So coming down the barrel, we do have some legislative changes that the Treasurer's Office is preparing for. Initially, we have HB 2369, which is going to require the Office of the Auditor General to not only perform IT and financial audits, but procedural audits, which is one of the reasons why we're so focused on enhancing our policies and procedures. The timing is not entirely clear yet, but we expect it to be more than once per year that we will have procedural audits, and those audits will evaluate our compliance with the UMACT, or Uniform System of Accounting for County Treasurers, which is prescribed by the Office of the Attorney General, and take a look at our administrative and accounting internal controls. Secondly, we have House Bill 2368, which authorizes the Office of Attorney General to not pursue bank statements through the county treasurer's office and through county departments, but to get bank statements and financial statements directly from our servicing bank, in this case, Bank of America, Western Alliance, Landing Rock, and various other financial institutions that the county banks with. Next slide, please. And next up, I would like to introduce Special Assistant to the Elected Official, Catherine Micronis.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. County Administrator Lesher, Board Scott, Chairman Board Scott, Janelle, and Mr. Canos, and Mr. Christie. I'm going to talk to you about supporting public education in the Treasurer's Office. The Pima County Treasurer's Office plays a central role in managing public funds, but one of our critical responsibilities is serving as a financial steward for the county's 17 school districts. Each year, the Treasurer's Office manages the collections and distributions of property taxes that directly fund public education. These funds are allocated to each district promptly and accurately, ensuring uninterrupted school operations. In addition to tax collection, we act as the bank and investment manager for all for all but 3 county school districts. Tucson Unified, Sahuarita Unified, and Sunnyside Unified School Districts manage their own financial operations pursuant to ARS 15914. Our office handles deposits, disbursements, and reconciliations, and we invest idle funds to earn interest, providing valuable supplemental revenue for districts already working with tight budgets. We also manage debt services for school bonds. When voters approve bond measures, it is the Treasurer's Office that collects the necessary levies and ensures timely payments. This protects the credit worthiness of the districts and honors commitments made to the taxpayers. Next slide, please. Another key function is providing controlled access to the school districts to our financial reports, allowing them to reconcile their internal records and maintain transparency. These reconciliations are essential to ensure compliance with both state law and sound financial practices. We aim to be a reliable partner so that the schools can focus on education, not accounting shortfalls. As we continue to modernize our system, strengthen internal controls, we remain committed to collaboration with you and our education partners. This works directly supports the county goals to ensure that public institutions operate efficiently and with full public trust. Simply put, the Treasurer's Office helps ensure that public education in Pima County remains funded, compliant, and accountable. Next slide. Oh, it's not there. Well, I wanted to announce that the Treasurer's Office is the county host for the blood drives for the Red Cross. And our next blood drive is the 19th of August in the Public Works Building. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from supervisors for the treasurer or his team, Supervisor Kano? Oh, I'm sorry. Was there one more report?
Sorry, there's one more item to discuss real quick.
Sorry about that.
So we issued a memo to the
yes.
Board of Supervisors. I believe it was distributed to all of you earlier. Essentially, the Treasurer's Office had received 2 audit findings in this year's audit. We have been working since April with the Auditor General's Office to be very upfront about the deficiencies that exist within our department, more specifically within our IT department. Currently, the Treasurer's Office operates on a 20-year-old IT system that was homegrown by staff members who no longer work at the Treasurer's Office. We're doing our best to work with what we have, but moving forward, we do request the board's partnership in providing necessary budgetary resources to modernize our digital infrastructure and ensure the continued protection of Pima County's financial assets. In the meantime, we'll continue to work with the Auditor General's Office, be open where we find deficiencies, and allow them to help us continue to improve our services. And that's it. We're ready for questions.
Thank you, Deputy Treasurer Martin. Any questions for Treasurer Johnson and his team, Supervisor Kano?
Thank you so much, Chair Scott and Treasurer Johnson. It's an honor to see you in this role. Congratulations.
Thank you. And you as well.
Many more years of service on behalf of the people of Pima County. The Board of Supervisors has a policy, D2213, General Fund Impact of State Legislative Cost Shifts and Disclosure of these cost shifts to taxpayers.
Yes.
It is my understanding that the county administrator, as part of the recommended budget every year, provides a summary of those items, the totality of that amount that is a cost shift from the state to the board. I am curious if, and I don't know if this is for County Administrator Lesher, our Finance Department, or the Treasurer, but I do believe as we inform Pima County residents about how their taxpayer dollars are, where they're going, right, and how they're allocated, we ought to inform our constituency about these cost shifts, about $10 million, and as mentioned in a December report that the administrator sent to the board last year. I think a simple graph or a simple statement indicating what that impact is to taxpayers is really important and is one opportunity for us to talk about the trickle-down economics that happens from our state legislature on down to local taxpayers. And I'm not sure if I think the policy allows you already to be able to get creative about how this looks. I just don't know if we've ever made it onto the actual property tax statements. And so I'm looking to the treasurer and to the administrator to see if there's any further guidance, because I'm hearing that there is a possibility you don't send these statements out until October, right?
September, the middle of September, right.
there may or may not be time, but I'm curious to hear Administrator Lesher's perspective on the existing policy as well.
Yeah, now, I've looked at the property tax statements from other jurisdictions. Maricopa does what you're suggesting as well, just a simple graph about where your property taxes go. We are going to work with, we have discussed it with Tax Assembly, just so you're aware, we're the only county in Arizona that the treasurer does not actually issue the tax bills. They were being issued out of the county finance, and now the Tax Assembly group is in the county assessor's office. I know it sounds unusual, but this is how it has evolved over the course of time. But we work obviously very closely because we have to have the accurate tax roll in our systems as well, and we also look at the tax bill and what information gets put on it. And we have discussed that. The company that actually produces our tax bills, does the printing and layout and so on, and mails them out, they do the same for Maricopa with that graph on it and whatever. So we'll work on what information we can get on there. It's just a question of how much stuff we put on and how much we leave off. So.
Thank you, Treasurer.
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, and Chair Scott.
Mr. Chair?
Well, hold on just a second, Supervisor Christie. Administrator Lesher was also responding to Supervisor Kano's question, and then I'll call on you next, sir.
Understood.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Kano, we will work with, with the Treasurer's Office. I think there's a variety of ways we can get the information out. I think that there's some that we might be able to actually put on the bill itself, but we can amplify that on the website and in other publications so that people understand of the tax rate, of the tax bill they receive, the frankly de minimis amount that is established by this board compared to the other taxing districts and such, and the state. So we'll see whatever we can do to be helpful with the treasurer getting that done.
Yeah, well, we can probably get that and put that up on our website as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Supervisor?
No, thank you, Chair Scott.
All right. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you for being here today. In your slide presentation, it was entitled, what was it, the core fundamentals of the Treasurer's Office, was something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall calling the Treasurer's Office the People's Bank? And if so, what do you mean by that, and what does that have to do with a core essential fundamental of the Treasurer's Office?
Okay. So of all the taxing jurisdictions, Pima County, of course, has its own finance department that takes care of basically all of its financial dealings. Essentially, all we do is transfer money between accounts for them within the Bank of America. What is it? 14 of the 17 school districts work through the superintendent of schools, and we essentially work as the bank for them. So in other words, when their payroll goes out, it comes out of our office. And we work directly with the Bank of America to make sure that these bills are getting paid. The warrants come in that are, requested by the superintendent of schools, and then we issue the warrants. So we're sort of like the middle bank for them. We keep all the funds, we keep them all separated into different accounts so that even when they do go out, we have internally 38,000 accounts, but not with Bank of America. We don't have 38,000 accounts. So this is how we keep track of where the money goes and how the money is allocated. So and essentially we are working as a bank for fire districts, school districts, and some of your smaller special districts as well, who don't have the resources for their own financial staff.
Go ahead,
But theoretically, Mr. Chair, Mr. Johnson, theoretically, basic core exercises that the treasurer is supposed to do anyway. So I don't quite understand why the need to term it a people's bank. And do you remember back in March of this year, your office presented an op-ed piece in the Arizona Daily Star? And again, this is going back to the title of your presentation, the core foundations of your office. You make the statement that with the defeat of Proposition 414, the city must find a new way to fund essential community services. Isn't that a bit of a stretch for the treasurer's office to be admonishing the city of Tucson as to what they need to be doing? How does that reflect your core fundamentals by telling the city of Tucson what they need to do as opposed to operating the treasurer's office?
Okay, Chairman Scott, Supervisor Christie, that was a personal op-ed that I wrote with Chief Deputy Jake Martin. We did that based on our understanding and knowledge of basically taxation systems, because that's essential to what we do. That was not written officially as from the county treasurer's office. It just so happened that we happened to be in those positions.
There was no disclaimer that said that, so that's why I'm questioning it. And it seems to me that with op-eds like that and terms like People's Bank, that you're trying to politicize a treasurer's office. And quite frankly, I'm not sure if I want to have the treasurer of our county being so politicized. How do you respond to that?
I am a partisan elected official, just like you are. That's politics.
That's politics.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Any further comments or questions from board members? Supervisor Allen.
Thank you all for the presentation today, and good to see you. I wanted to thank you for the attention to bilingual staff salaries. I think it's an underappreciated skill that often doesn't get the additional salary boost that is commensurate with the importance of that skill being brought to the table, as well as the attention to raising the minimum salary of staff and ensuring that you can help create some competitiveness and continuity among staff. I was looking at the report, and I appreciate the commitment towards transparency and generating a report that is accessible and publicly distributable. But I've got a couple questions around it to better understand it myself, and I'm also thinking about as we might want to share it out with other folks so that they better understand the work of the treasurer and some of the finances of the county and the treasurer's office, and particularly around tax collection. So I am wondering, I'm looking at some of the charts. There's a chart on page 6, titled Collections. I am...
Oh, not that. It's,
okay.
Yeah.
So I am not clear, what's this, is it saying that in 1988 we collected $5.53?
Yeah, that's basically a report that's run when we do collect delinquent taxes, back taxes, or, for example, if a tax lien is sold, that there are, and this is an issue I'm trying to rectify, that we are doing, like $5 and going back that far. This year we did do basically abated over $1 million worth of those old pre-2000 delinquent taxes that were on the rolls. Unfortunately, if there has been a tax lien sold on some of these, there may be delinquent taxes going back of $5, and a lot of that is for a lot of these like remnant parcels, these unusable parcels that the assessor values at $500, so, and many times they get lost, essentially, but then one of the big issues that we face is the misinformation out there about tax liens and so on out in the public, and you get people coming in and thinking, oh, we can get this property and we'll just buy these tax liens, and subsequently that's where that $5 comes from. But the more we can sort of clean up the old roll from delinquent taxes and only go back to what is actually collectible, and we do also have problems in certain areas. I'm sure in your district you know about Diamond Bell, which is an ongoing problem, and perhaps there's something we can work out in the future for that. But so many of those tax liens sold there go back into the 80s and 90s and stuff. So that's where that comes
Unless you wanted to also respond to your question.
Yeah.
Chair Scott, thank you, and Supervisor Allen. Just for clarity, I believe it was not in 1988 we collected $5, but last year the taxes that were collected included $5.50 from 1988.
Oh, okay.
Does that make
Maybe
sense?
That's how I understood it. I didn't know.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I figured it had to be something like that.
Yeah.
Or
Right.
88 would have been a really rough year.
Really tough. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
In terms of kind of making this be something that we can share out publicly and for transparency, some narrative descriptions of what the chart is showing,
Yeah.
how am I supposed to interpret this information would be really.
Right, and I apologize to a certain extent. This was the first year I didn't have a template or established reports to go by, because my predecessors were not doing this report. And so I had to really come across with my IT team and everybody and say, okay, once we got everything as of June 30th, I said by August 15th, I have to have this report to the board. So we quickly put it together. Now we will develop a much better reporting in the future, to make it a little bit clearer. And I apologize for the rawness of that report. It's because it was pretty rushed, so to speak.
And then, so on the next chart is on.
Pardon me, Supervisor Allen. Supervisor Christie's having trouble hearing you. If you could move your mic closer to you.
I'm sorry, I have so many things accumulated around here that the mic is one that I shove away. So my other question is around the chart on delinquencies on page 7 with real property. And kind of similarly, there is just a big jump from 23 to 24. And I'm not entirely sure what all of those headings stand for, the abbreviations. So again, I'm just kind of wondering how to interpret this table, because there's such a big jump of 1,936 for 23 in the first column of C&T parcels to then 17,000 for fiscal year 24. And so I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
Right. The reason you get those big jumps is, like, initially, during the normal collection period, like I said earlier, we collected 98.1% of all the taxes that were billed. Now, we, for example, have the 23 million that are delinquent for tax year 24. Now, in 26, which will be in fiscal year, this fiscal year that we are actually in now, in February, we will be putting out these tax lien sales, which is for us collection of the taxes. So you will see a considerable amount of that $23 million being collected in February, but not all of it. And then as the years go by, the collections come in, especially after the 3 years. If a tax lien is not redeemed, then it can go to foreclosure, but that happens very rarely, because then everybody realizes, well, we better pay these taxes, and that's why you'll see we'll get closer and closer and closer in the years as to where and we also separate out what are taxes, also what is interest and whatever in that report.
And on pages 21 and 22, you've outlined a lot of the IT changes and security measures that you have put into place. So I'm wondering if those are sufficient, or does the memo that you put out say that those are not sufficient and you need a new system? But were these put in place in response to the auditor's memo and recommendations? And so I'm just wondering how to understand these changes in the context of your desire for a new IT system.
Okay, so what you see there, like the Auditor General's report today was for 24, right? So that didn't necessarily really affect what is in this report since I've been in office, right? So we looked at some of those things, and there are some things we can do. Like, for example, we can do dual authentication when our people sign in. But we cannot do dual authentication within the basic tax collection system, the IT system, the digital system. We cannot, in other words, if somebody comes up to the counter and they want to pay their tax bill, right? So when our people go on to the program, the application, in which they record all of this, we can't put a dual authentication system into that part of it. That's part of that old system. So what we can do is we can have people dual authentication when we sign in to our computers, but not when we're using the internal systems. So this is why we need to, basically, we're going to continuously get dinged on that one until we can until we can get a system where we can implement many of these security measures that, it's just impossible to do right now, considering how old the system is. And the fact that it was homegrown, and the people who did it, who designed it, who basically coded it and everything, they're long gone, and we're just trying to figure it out. Our team just figures it out as we go along to try to limp along with what we can do. So.
So again, just to underscore, I really appreciate having a narrative report.
Yeah.
But if for the future, for building, as you're building out a template,
yeah,
to just give us some context, some narrative,
yes,
to understand how to interpret the data and explaining some of the codes so that it does accomplish the goal of transparency.
Right.
Would be lovely.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I wanted, to that point, with Supervisor Allen's comments, I did receive your letter, and I certainly sympathize with you and all of the other departments asking the board for additional resources. I want to make sure that we are being very careful, given the Auditor General's findings, that we are also separating, your basic infrastructure needs from the findings of that report. We've got to be very mindful and have one unified message when we are working with folks in in Phoenix. And so we've got to ensure that we do have more information about that request, but that we also are working with our finance teams and our IT teams to ensure how we can phase in some of those responses and those asks. And I want to just reinforce that time is of the essence with the October property tax collection, September property tax collection notice is being figured out. I do not believe the board needs to offer any additional guidance to the county administrator on additional policies. They're already there. So I'd like to see something within 2 weeks in terms of language of what we can be working with your vendor on the property tax statements. And Treasurer Johnson, I also just want to congratulate you for the role that you're in. 263,000 Pima County residents entrusted in your leadership to be able to guide our finances, and look forward to the entirety of your service over your term. I do believe that your report to the board was informative and within the purview of what state statute requires. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from board members? Okay, so I wanted to go back to, and Supervisor Cano made reference to this, the report that we had earlier in this meeting, ironically enough, from the Auditor General. And it's with regard to the item that you addressed in your memorandum. The slide dealing with that said, County Treasurer's Office control procedures over IT systems and data were not sufficient, which increases the risk that the County Treasurer's Office may not adequately protect those systems and data. Office should, one, make it a priority to develop and document comprehensive IT policies and procedures and ensure the procedures are consistently followed. Two, develop, document, and implement processes to restrict access and enhance authentication requirements for IT systems. When we were going through this slide deck with the Auditor General staff, Treasurer Johnson,
Yes.
I stopped at each slide and asked Administrator Lesher what we were doing in other areas where there were findings, and I said we would come back to this slide when you were here. What I would like to ask Administrator Lesher is if you could work with the Treasurer to get back to the board as to what's going to be done to address this finding, just like you reported back to us on the other ones. It's not something where I need any kind of response now, because I think you and the Treasurer deserve the opportunity to talk about that with each other and then get back to the board. I think that's also following up on what Supervisor Cano just said.
And Chairman Scott, just so you're aware, these were findings from 2024 that you heard today.
Right.
And we have since really increased our documentation, not only in our IT, but throughout the entire office. We have put the policies and procedures formally down in writing, which were not there before. And so when you see actually our compliance for the 2025, which we are still undergoing with the Auditor General, you'll see a significant improvement.
No, and I appreciated when you said earlier that you've been working with the Auditor General staff since at least April on addressing this. I just wanted to be consistent in terms of what we were doing during the previous item when we were talking about the Auditor General's report.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay.
Anything else from the board? Right.
Okay.
Well,
thank you.
the three of you very much. All right. I know Supervisor Cano has let me know that he has got a hard stop at 2:30, so I'm going to try and get us through what we still need to get through as expeditiously as possible. Item number 15 is release of attorney-client privilege memorandum. This is a memo that was titled Firearm Preemption and was authored by Sam Brown, Chief Civil Deputy County Attorney, and Jonathan Pinkney, Deputy County Attorney and Health Law Unit Supervisor. I would move that the board release the said memorandum.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. And since I requested this memorandum, let me share why I think it should be released. Several years ago, the Board of Supervisors called for the repeal of Arizona Revised Statute 13-3108. This statute prohibits local governments from enacting any firearms restrictions or regulations that differ from those in state law. The National Rifle Association and its allies have pushed for what are known as preemption statutes across the country to stop local governments from doing more to regulate firearms. When the Board of Supervisors called for the repeal of this statute, we first asked the Arizona legislature to repeal it voluntarily. One of our local legislators, State Representative Nancy Gutierrez, introduced such legislation. It could not even get a hearing. It was blocked from even being heard by legislative leadership. The second route that board resolution called for was consideration of a lawsuit to force repeal of the preemption statute. This memo details the Pima County Attorney's Office's analysis of the prospects for any such lawsuit. My feeling is that public release of the memorandum will allow our constituents to see that analysis and will also make them acutely aware of the dominant position that the Arizona legislature has in this state in terms of blocking any regulations or restrictions on firearms, even when public health and safety would be enhanced by doing so. So, any other comments or questions from board members? All those in favor of releasing the memorandum oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Allen, I didn't see your hand, my bad.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Again, I have always sort of mixed feelings about the release of some of the client attorney privilege documents. I support this release. My hesitation around it is that it shows a path of just hitting wall after wall, and while that is true, I don't in any way want to diminish our ongoing creativity, your leadership, the leadership of groups like Moms Demand Action, the leadership of survivors of gun violence here in our community, to keep turning over every single stone that is possible. And I believe there are still things that we can do. We just have not figured them out yet. But that I am convinced that we have the commitment and the leadership in our community to keep pushing and pushing away. So again, it's more of just yes, we have all sorts of legal barriers, but there is still, we will persist. And I believe that eventually we will make some progress in diminishing and stopping gun violence and its impact on the lives of those we know and love. And but again, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the board's leadership and many in the community to keep this up. And so, thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Any other comments or questions from board members? All those in favor of releasing the memorandum indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Cano opposed. We're now going to move on to item number 16, which is our meeting schedule for January through June of 2026. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item is approved 4-0. Now move on to item number 17, which is amending the Board of Supervisors schedule for this month to include a board retreat on Wednesday of August 27th at 9 a.m. This meeting will be live streamed only. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. We're going to next take up a couple of items under conservation, land, and resources. First one is establishment of the Conservation Lands and Resources Advisory Board. That's item number 21. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion? All those in favor of the item indicate by saying aye. Aye. And thumbs up from Supervisor Christie. Item passes 4-0. Now we'll go on to item number 22. This is Pima County Cooperative Extension Appropriation of Funds for Fiscal Year 2025-26 Amendment. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. And any discussion or questions from board members? Supervisor Christie.
If you look at the background on this particular item, there's a lot of plans on this. But one thing that it shows how much is being spent for the wildfire fuels reduction coordination, horticultural education to promote wildfire. I would like with all of these, the $75,000 that's being allocated to this, some sort of a metrics that will show exactly where it went and what it provided and what it accomplished. It doesn't say anything about any kind of guidelines to report back to the board. So I would like to respectfully direct to the administrator, county administrator, that she provide the board with the metrics as to what was accomplished with this money being allocated and how effective it was, and is there more needed, or was this adequate, or some sort of a determination to its success or failure.
Thank you, Supervisor. Administrator Lesher? Okay, and that information will be forthcoming. Thank you, Supervisor. All those in favor of item number 22 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Item passes 4-0. We're now going to go to items 55, 56, and 57. These are all hearings. Two of them are for fireworks permits at the Caterpillar property in Green Valley. One of them is for a liquor license for an establishment in Ajo. If there is nobody here to speak to these items, I'll move to close all three hearings and approve both permits and the liquor license.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, all three of those items are approved 4-0. We're now going to go to the addendum and item number 4. This is under Finance and Risk Management, contingency request for Justice Court Green Valley Special Revenue Fund. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. All right, we have just 2 items left, and as we heard at the beginning of our meeting long ago, Supervisor Cano requested that they be discussed jointly, which I think makes a lot of sense given the content of both. The first is item number 19, which is a report on the county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. The other item was put on the addendum by Supervisor Christie, discussion, direction, action regarding the recent presidential executive order entitled Ending Crime and Disorder on America's Streets. Administrator Lusher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott, and I'd like to present on item 19, Senior Advisor Jen Darland is with us today.
Ms. Darland, thank you very much, and our apologies for taking up your entire day.
No apologies necessary, Chair Scott. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Scott, members of the board. The purpose of today's, all of these updates are from the Office of Housing Opportunities and Homeless Solutions, are always going to be grounded in the 5 priorities that we're establishing that were critical to the establishment of the office back in December of 2023. Briefly, priority number 1 is inventory of county and partner programming. Priority 2 is describing and illustrating how services are accessed and delivered to individuals experiencing homelessness. Priority 3 is develop county and public-facing communications. Priority 4, strategic and continuous improvement plan with the goal of ensuring programming is responsive, sustainable, and equitably distributed. And finally, priority number 5, which is develop a means of tracking the efficacy of county assistance. Today's update best aligns with priority number 4, specifically in terms and the establishment of a strategic and specifically in terms of establishing a strategic and continuous improvement plan with the goal of ensuring programming is responsive. Next slide, please. So broadly, or more specifically, today's update really focuses on the May 6th request from Chair Scott, which was the following. The Director of the Office of Housing Opportunities and Homeless Solutions has previously told the Board of Supervisors that there is a need in Pima County for approximately 1,300 additional shelter beds. By way of direction, the chair requests the county administrator to report back to the board with a feasibility study and work plan as to how the county, both on its own and working with our local partners, will meet that need. The study and plan should also address how to increase usage of the underutilized beds already in place and the different types of shelter beds needed to meet the needs of various segments of the unhoused community. In addition, the study and plan should clearly delineate areas where the county can act on its own and where it may need to partner with other entities, especially local jurisdictions, end quote. So undertaking the evaluative effort in response to this request from the chair, we took a broad sort of approach to that. It considered three essential elements. One was the evaluation of current and existing challenges, again, with the underutilized beds, the diverse needs of the individuals, and the coordination of accessing those beds. Also looking at the various different opportunities, which included evaluation of effective models both locally and nationally, and also in consideration of the local resources that are available. And then in terms of developing recommendations to inform a work plan, also addressing, areas of system need or needed improvement for the system. That also included improvements that would increase the access to low barrier shelter, and how exactly to work in a collaborative regional strategy that can actually increase access to those available resources. Next slide, please. Admittedly, this request was really about local challenges, but it was broadened to include a review of all 50 states and how they're also addressing rising rates of unsheltered homelessness. This was meant to also inform on best practices that were maybe underway in other localities and how they were leveraging, again, their local resources. What were they using to bring folks to the table, as it were? Broadly, the review illuminated a few similar trends nationally that we're seeing here locally. One is the rising rates of homelessness. Second is the lack of housing that's affordable. We're not necessarily talking about homes. We're talking about rental markets that are pricing people out of just being able to have places to dwell. We're seeing an increase in the human crisis, being folks with reported addiction and substance use disorders, as well as mental health conditions. We're also seeing an increase in the number of states and municipalities that are adopting or passing camping bans. In fact, the most recent passage occurred in July of 2025 in Anchorage, Alaska, where they adopted a ban of any camping on public lands. That is coming really as a result of waning support for camping in public spaces following the pandemic, where many municipalities that had few sheltering options for individuals during the pandemic allowed for or gave some grace for outdoor camping. And then obviously following the 2004 U.S. Supreme Court decision in terms of Grants Pass versus Johnson, where they essentially overturned the injunction on camping bans in Grants Pass, Oregon. And again, at minimum, we also see local municipalities taking some sort of step in their strategy to start to encourage the acceptance of resources, whether it be shelter or housing. Then on the upside of the strategies and trends, it included looking at models that appear to persist despite expiration of COVID dollars. And I think that that's one of the things I failed to mention, is that many states were utilizing COVID dollars, whether it be ARPA funds, to address some of the challenges they were facing locally. And as those funds have started to expire, there are some pivots to the continuation of those programs and keeping them, those that are successful, keeping them underway with local investment and other strategies to keep the services going. In some cases, we're looking at municipalities that are taking a bifurcated approach. They're determining whether to look at investing in episodic or economic investing in programs that address episodic or economic homelessness, meaning people who are about to be evicted, or people who are just 1 or 2 paychecks behind who need additional rental assistance, versus those folks who are chronically homeless, meaning they are homeless for 12 months or longer and have some other disabling condition that is interrupting their ability to stay stably housed. Again, that's also looking at upstream interventions that in some municipalities, they are focusing on families with minor children, families with minor children in schools, as a way to interrupt generational poverty and to keep folks as priority or prioritized for local resources to prevent first time or returns to homelessness. Additionally, it's increase in multidisciplinary approaches to engaging individuals having a homeless experience. There is a recognition that brick and mortar solutions alone will not solve what is fundamentally a human crisis. There's also broad recognition that untreated mental health and substance use disorders can be both a cause and a consequence of homelessness. This has led to the adoption of more enhanced outreach strategies that employ a multidisciplinary approach that focuses on relationship-based strategies that can encourage connecting individuals to resources and support that aren't just necessarily shelter, but sometimes it's about treatment, sometimes it's about access even to medical care or reunification with families. And many of these strategies where they're taking that sort of multidisciplinary approach, they're also leveraging partnership with first responders such as fire, emergency medical, and in some cases even law enforcement to connect individuals to the most appropriate resource to help resolve the immediate crisis that's contributing to their homelessness. Next slide. So for state and local trends, looking to the north of us, we have Phoenix and Flagstaff also as models of 2 jurisdictions that employed ARPA funding to address both their affordable housing issues, as well as to expand some resources for shelter options. Flagstaff has acquired and converted many hotels that also addresses their shelter needs, but also addresses their affordable housing concerns. Phoenix has set up a navigation center as well as expanded shelter, even as some shelter is leaving the community, again, due to the expiration of funds. They have set up an outdoor encampment, which is a 3-year conditional use space, serving over 300 individuals, operated by 2 contractors. Presently, the annual operating cost is in and around $6 million. This is the first year of the operations, but the last year, City of Phoenix is able to use ARPA funding to facilitate that programming. In Sedona, they face a similar challenge with lack of housing, rental housing specifically, that can be affordable for their workforce. And back in 2024, their city council had proceeded to move to create a safe place to park for folks who were largely in their service industry to be able to safely stay in a space while also going to work in and around many of their hospitality places. Ultimately, it was referred to the voters in November of 24, where it was defeated by over 60% of the voters. Here locally, we've got the Tucson Pima collaboration to end homelessness, which is our HUD-recognized local continuum of care. The board heard from Ms. Davis with the Continuum of Care program team lead just in July about the programming that they administer that's a wholly federal funding, about $12 million in housing for households that are usually youth, families, and folks who are chronically homeless. Additionally, they also are engaged in what is the Housing Central Command, which is a strategy to engage folks living in unsheltered settings and connecting them directly from streets into housing. This is a 3-year program that was funded through a 3-year award from HUD back in 2023. To essentially provide both multidisciplinary street outreach approach and strategies, as well as connecting folks from encampments or street living into permanent housing. Next, and the next piece that I'll say too is that back one more slide. I got ahead of myself. Thank you. As Ms. Davis had shared with the board just 2 weeks ago, they also are conducting a public survey right now, and they are collecting information on how to develop a strategic plan that will look at a 5-year strategy to address homelessness here in our community. Then jurisdictionally, our City of Tucson is our local jurisdictional partner in this work. And while I did not elaborate on this slide, I think it's important to note the contributions that they're making in this space as well. Largely facilitated out of their Housing and Community Development Department. They have their encampment assessors, the team that goes out to assess individuals in encampment settings and connecting them to resources. They also have their community safety, health, and wellness team that also facilitates connections to care for both people in crisis, whether housed or unhoused. Their public housing authority, which administers the housing choice vouchers and manages public housing units. And the city also operates 2 low barrier shelter programs, the Wildcat and the old Amphi fire station. And they're also very much involved in developing affordable housing as well. And here at the county level, our tools, the board is frequently hearing about the dynamic programming that the county it has also created that when from pandemic times as well, the Emergency Eviction Legal Services Program and now the Craycroft Shelter operation is a homeless prevention strategy that was born out of the rent and utility crisis following the onset of the pandemic and continues to be a model for rapidly interrupting first time and returns to homelessness while restabilizing households, again, enjoying an 80% success rate on average. Additionally, the health department has launched mobile health supports for individuals who are vulnerable or unhoused throughout our community. They focus on addressing healthcare barriers, largely through a real thoughtful and compassionate approach by connecting to individuals through PUT support. It's a partnership with Pima County's Animal Care Center, as well as the University of Arizona and their Vet Tech program. It has incorporated the utilization of community and workforce developments, community resource navigation team, as well as other nonprofits that work in spaces of additional resources and household supports, including workforce and rent and utility assistance. And also we have the Transition Center that is an operation out of the Justice Services Department with an operational goal to connect individuals being released from county jail with the resources they need, including shelter, housing, and goals, with a goal to reduce the number of people who are being rearrested and decrease the percentage of folks who are not making it to their court dates. And finally, we have the gap funding. Again, through a review of national strategies, I would say that Pima County is a bit of an outlier where there has been, through the board's direction and now board policy, a substantial commitment to the area of affordable housing development. Typically across the country, where you're seeing this type of investment, you're seeing it at the state level, you're rarely seeing it at the county level. If you have seen it at the county level, it's been through one-time funding that's come as a result of the pandemic. And again, just as with the state and national and state review, this local summary captures program inventory at a macro level. It does not fully capture the contributions of numerous nonprofit partners, some of whom are contracted partners with the county as well as maybe with the city, nor does it count many of the faith-based programs also working in this space, but I can touch on that later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. So now we're looking a little bit at the shelter constraints. So again, when we're evaluating adding more shelter into the system, I think it's important to recognize the system in which those beds would be added. So I think it's, so no uniform, and there are many complications. System complications include there's no uniform operational practice that's been adopted across all shelters, and low barrier or any barrier shelter, nobody is operating it on the same uniform process. No uniform process of referral. No real-time information is available on the beds that are available for folks, and no publicly displayed information on program and entry requirements. Also, shelter occupancy is also difficult to gauge because there's generally a several-day lag behind any data that we might have for those shelters that are reporting their bed utilization. We are seeing that some shelters will have a max length of stay for shelter guests for that caps out at 90 days. Some shelter may go a lot higher than that, but very rarely. Most shelters are running at or around 90 days of shelter occupancy. And accessing shelter does not necessarily mean that you're going to be connected to housing. So limited housing means little, if any, of the housing opportunities for those in shelter are available. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that a low barrier shelter coming online today would be entering a strained system unless there was a significant and specific aligned strategy across the whole shelter system and not just necessarily in its own silo. Next slide, please. Additional system challenges include, siloed approaches, and that, to be clear, this is not necessarily a critique of the merits of the efforts already underway by some folks in some of these specific programmatic categories. It is to say that these programs are not necessarily connected in a coordinated strategy. Crisis programming is not connected to shelter or outreach programs. Shelters are not connected to crisis supports or housing, and housing supports are not necessarily connected to the crisis management or the crisis supports in our community directly, unless they are administered by those agencies. There's also, again, there's no uniform strategy or regional objective. So you have a number of agencies that have their own independent mission and approach to addressing the issue, but there isn't necessarily an agreed upon objective for all agencies to identify where they fit in part of the common goal to address these challenges. There's also a congested housing system, right? So we have a number of folks who might be in our shelters. We also have a number of people who are in line to be connected to housing, and there's no movement through our shelters, and there's no movement through our housing system. And there's a lack of critical hubs that could anchor supports for both our outreach teams, our law enforcement officers, as well as any other social service agencies, as well as the households themselves, that can help folks be able to navigate to necessary resources, including shelter settings. Next slide, please. Some key areas of developing recommendations. Again, addressing the request from the chair and in consideration of national, state, and local efforts, as well as taking into consideration some of the existing systems and the constraints, and looking at what both the county can do and how we can also do this in partnership with some of our community partners. The first key recommendation is to look at system improvements and creating some system efficiency and some movement through the system. What I mean to say is to find ways to connect individuals who are in shelter and transition those individuals or families to permanent housing from existing low barrier to create some capacity within our existing system. This improves the access to the pathway to prosperity for at-risk and homeless individuals and families. It also alleviates a number of individuals who may be timing out of their shelter stay. And again, it creates needed opening and capacity in our existing low barrier shelters, which are already in pretty high demand because of the fact that they do appeal to so many people who have such high degree of complexity. Low barrier models would include, of course, the 2 shelters being operated by the city of Tucson. Even the Craycroft model to some extent is also an example of low barrier. And we also have the opportunity to talk with shelters operated by Old Pueblo Community Services, for example, or CBI, also have fairly low barrier settings. Additionally, is to centralize the information on the shelter bed availability. The amount of time that case managers, outreach workers, of people who are interfacing with individuals having the crisis in unsheltered settings, we are all on a phone a friend referral system. There is no set pattern of practice. to connect people to what the resources they need in a timely fashion. Anchoring something like this would mean to create something of a shelter hub, a centralized data system or centralized referral system that can help expedite the referral and transition and transport for individuals from unsheltered settings to low barrier shelter. This is also a need that I've heard pretty consistently in all of the conversations that I've been having over the last few months and really over the duration of my professional career, to be quite frank. Additionally, the second recommendation is to evaluate the strategic enhancements to our outreach strategy. We already have something like this operationally in our community right now through the multidisciplinary outreach team that is employed by the city of Tucson. That includes El Rio and some folks with some lived experience. We, as an outreach effort in our community, and it's also a trend nationwide, we rely heavily on individuals with lived experience to lead the way to making connections to care for people who are still languishing in unsheltered and homeless situations. It's a big lift for people with lived experience to not also be equipped with the tools and the resources, including adequate supports around them from people with disciplinary experience and access to the very care and resources that many folks they encounter need. It's very frustrating for folks to watch individuals be willing to accept shelter or be even willing to accept access to a detox or treatment and feel the clock ticking because you can't connect with somebody efficiently or timely, and then to see the disappointment. It can be a traumatizing event for folks with lived experiences. That's essentially what I'm trying to state here. Not only, and also, it's also important that when you have a hub for shelter services that you think about hubbing or creating a static site that can also support discharge planning for places that are releasing individuals. Much like the transition center is a bit of a discharge access point itself for people leaving jail, we also need to have discharge planners available for individuals who may be checked out of the crisis response center. They went in homeless, they're leaving homeless, and we can't necessarily get them connected to shelter in a timely fashion. They're just going to recidivate through the crisis. So essentially it's to enhance your outreach strategy and to consider ways that you can hub or anchor some resources or access to resources in a very meaningful way that can be more supportive of those folks doing the work in the field.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Cano.
I'm so sorry to interrupt
Not at all.
Ms. Darland's presentation. I do have to step out. My feedback, and I look forward to watching the tapes, Ms. Darland and Administrator Lesher, we have dollars allocated just as early as 2 months ago for the Affordable Housing Commission to come back to the Board of Supervisors with funding recommendations. It is crazy to me that our region has not yet determined how we can use technology to find a comprehensive update of what kind of shelter space is available. I think we're going to need a lot of buy-in from our regional providers, and so in the spirit of creativity, I encourage Ms. Darland to work with our administrator to also figure out how those recommendations that are coming to the board can also support emerging technologies in the housing space, right? I think the typical response is for us to be looking at ways to just support supply and support emergency response. But if there's infrastructure, if we need to, and what I'm getting at is if Airbnb, if Uber can figure out how many cars or how many houses are available, how can we not know what kind of shelter space is available? Now, I've heard from nonprofit administrators why such a system would probably be a headache, but we've got to incentivize that then. We've got to, as a region, support those nonprofits who are tapping into this centralized software so that they don't see it as a burden, but as a plus. And I think that that's just kind of one example of perhaps pilot projects that we ought to really be stressing to the board as we try to get creative. I do believe that the low barrier shelters we're going to see an increase in need given the city's action and enforcement on encampments, and I really just think that that's one example of ways that I hope that we might be able to move the needle as a regional partner in addressing this issue, and really hear what it would take from these nonprofit providers to utilize a centralized system. I think it'll feel uncomfortable at first, but most technology disruptions, are just that. So I appreciate it. that feedback. And thank you, Chair Scott. I'm sorry I have to excuse myself.
Not at all. You had let us know some time ago, and I appreciate you staying 10 minutes past the time you needed to leave. Thank you, Supervisor. Go ahead, Ms. Darland.
Thank you. Chair Scott, is it appropriate to respond to Supervisor? He can hear it, or I'll make a note to come back to that in a moment. Okay. So next slide, please. So lastly, the finalization of a work form or work plan would be informed by the prevailing themes throughout this evaluation. But one of them would be, again, to start by ensuring that we're not creating yet another siloed approach and a siloed strategy. It really is important in times like this for us to be looking at this as a regional approach versus independent, what the county can do, and even what the county can do with other shared jurisdictions. To take a more comprehensive regional approach is really critical at a time when we may have strain on our federal resources. It also ensures better buy-in. So while nonprofits may feel a strain, for example, what Supervisor Cano referenced, I think a lot of nonprofits can better identify how to lean into a regional strategy if the regional strategy is clear. Local nonprofits are really great at being tacticians. They're really great at going into the tactical response to address the challenges. But when the challenge starts to deviate at all from their independent missions or objectives, that's where we start to see a bit of waning of the commitment. So having some clear upfront ideals or goals and metrics, I think really gives some clear communication to our nonprofits about what it is that we're looking to achieve as a region. We've had some early conversations in this space over the last 6 months, and I think that there could be an opportunity for a larger convening. We continue to have conversations with some critical partners and hope to have some more information and an update on that soon. Additionally, as I had referenced, TPCH has their public survey. They'll be having the results of that going before TPCH General Council on August 14th, after which time they'll have identified not only the goals, but also the strategies that align with their work and their effort and what they expect to be focusing on for the next 5 years throughout our community. And then finally, we also have some recommendations coming from the Pima County Regional Affordable Housing Commission. As you all may recall, prior to the board's passage of Board Policy D22.17 that addressed gap funding for affordable housing, the staff and commission were beginning to work on developing some strategies that were informed by the Eco Northwest Market Study and Housing Needs Assessment. And one of those strategies that we were focusing on was how to support households that were exiting homelessness. There will be a presentation to commissioners on August 19th, where we will review not only some of the pain points associated with housing. These households come in with not necessarily just burdens, but we're also talking about rental subsidies that are required. And there are things that need to be factored into the financial penciling out of these development projects. So we'll be talking about that with the commission again on August 19th. The FY 25-26 funding recommendations will also be coming forward to the board, as well as the Eco Northwest Housing Study. And then, as I noted, the regional housing strategy and funding plan, again informed by the analysis of the strategies not only for housing for households exiting homelessness, but also different ways to leverage additional dollars to meet our development needs. That will be coming to the board at the end of December. And so with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Allen?
I was sort of hesitating. Not sure that I am. Anyway, thank you for the presentation, Director Darland. I very much appreciate it, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness in the approach in looking at kind of the system challenges and some of the disconnects and creating a path towards some recommendations. I think all I wanted to just share is some of the things that I think based on what I see and hear that are important. One being the need for having the nightly tab on shelter bed availability. My understanding is that that is something that we had during the pandemic. And it kind of dissipated as that urgency of the moment declined, but that it was so incredibly helpful for people to be able to know where beds are available and what kind of beds those were so that you could tell somebody exactly where to go. And that precision was just powerful and effective. And so the degree to which that we can ensure that happens, and whether it is hubbed here or there or wherever, that whatever the appropriate entity is, that we are able to get back to that, because it is just essential to just have some insights on the availability and direct people where it's needed. The other thing that I think is just as a lot of increased attention towards enforcement in telling people where they cannot be. I think it is also as equally, if not more important, to be able to tell people where they can be, which includes, I think, the hub around shelter bed availability, but also safe parking places and sanctioned encampment places where people can be, and thinking through strategy that is a multi-municipality discussion, but I think we've got to be able to map a plan out towards that. And in addition, I appreciate your thoughtfulness around understanding the systems around crisis, shelter, and housing, and the interplay between those, because they are inextricably linked for so many people. And so I look forward to thinking through the opioid settlement funds and how some of those are rolling out in the response to the request for proposals, and seeing how all these pieces can fit together as they continue to evolve. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. And I want to call on Supervisor Christie, because he had the addendum item related to the executive order that had been released by President Trump. And Supervisor Cano had asked that we talk about both these items together. There was a memorandum attached to your addendum item from the county administrator indicating that both staff and the county attorney's office are still trying to get a sense of exactly what's going to be required of the county in terms of following up on the executive order. But since we were talking about these two items together, I wanted to ask Supervisor Christie if you had any questions or comments related to the juxtaposition of these two items, any questions you wanted to pose to either the county administrator or Ms. Darland.
Yes, thank you. I don't want to step on anybody's toes if they're not done with the presentation that we were listening to.
I think Director Darland was done with the presentation and was open to questions. Was that correct, Director?
Yes, Chair Scott. My presentation did not touch on the executive order. It was only about the requested feasibility plan and work plan.
Got it. Administrator Lesher. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were trying to get my attention. Well, I know, but Supervisor Cano asked that they be talked about together, so I was just wondering if that was something that we were going to address. Go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
Shall I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Please, yes, please.
Shall I proceed? Okay. In the interest of time, I'm really going to narrow this down, and so I don't think this discussion should last more than an hour, hour and a half. But in any event, I did see Ms. Lesher's memorandum that you referred to, Mr. Chair, and it was obvious that there's a lot of unanswered items in the executive order that can't be addressed at this particular time due to lack of information or whatever. So I understand this is kind of a evolving situation, pretty much like the funding from the administration and the clawbacks. That is something that's going to be an ongoing monitoring process. So I'm sure this executive order will be as well. So I'll just basically narrow it down to the county administrator, Ms. Lesher. To the best of your knowledge, if the executive order is implemented as written with the appropriate funding level and the appropriate funding offered, will Pima County comply with it?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, yes.
answers that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm all through.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Christie. I wanted to thank you, Director Darlin, for the fact that your presentation really keyed in on the fact that unless there is a greater amount of coordination and cohesion within this region, we are not going to make a dent in these numbers. And I really appreciated what Supervisor Cano and Supervisor Allen said about a shelter hub, and how that seems to me to be an enormous priority, because people do need to know not only where they shouldn't be, but where they're able to go and what resources and supports are available to them. And unless we're working together in terms of the development of that kind of hub system, and it needs to be both, there needs to be both a place like the transition center and then a static set of arrangements like what you're referring to in your presentation, so that we can address all needs, and the county can't do that by itself. So I'm grateful for that focus on your presentation and what I see as hopeful outcomes from the strategic planning process that TPCH is engaged in, and their outreach to the two biggest jurisdictions in terms of how that plan is going to look. I wanted to also ask, with regard to slide number 6, where it says shelter system constraints.
Yes.
And it's got 3 parts: system complications, shelter occupancy, and shelter is not equal to housing. I don't need an answer to this now, but I'd really like to know, with regard to our role as the overseer of the homeless management information system under the continuum of care, is it possible that we can use that leverage to ensure some uniform or standard process to access shelter, and that variance with utilization trends? Because if we don't have that leverage, I don't know that there's much benefit from overseeing the HMIS.
Chair Scott, members of the board, so with respect to the homeless management information system, it is essentially a data system. It isn't necessarily a tool for anything other than it's a HUD requirement. It's required by local continuums of care. So and I think that to an agency, they have various different frustrations with HMIS. So what could be a valuable opportunity is, one, with respect to what Supervisor Cano referenced around having the ability to use technology to start to enhance awareness, as well as reinstating a shelter hub type of system of support for our community, modeling how that's a value add to shelters. I think that's where you start to garner some participation in that. Where we can get committed participation in that, I think, comes from the relief that comes along with that participation. Unless funding shelters at 100% or a significant percentage of their operating budget, it's very difficult for them to simply dedicate staff and capacity to be as responsive as we assume that they will be, because they all share the mission to serve people experiencing homelessness. It is important for us to find alignment with our shelter systems, that we see them as a path to people taking the first step to regaining their cadence along the road to prosperity. We demand a lot of our shelters to take a lot of folks, but we don't really bring anything in terms of housing supports, meaning the rent and utility assistance to those settings, to move folks who are ready to transition into permanent housing along. And so for them, it could be as equal as considering the partnership. So would it be, if we can ensure that we can connect housing to these low barrier settings, meaning housing supports for that, can we get some dedicated bed space for people who are moving in and through the system? I think that there's opportunity there for some participation. I think the challenge is really about shelters participating in a publicly available system really comes down to staff capacity, and it comes down just to it's not about lack of will. It's not about not seeing a value add for it.
No, I think it's all about about collaboration and cohesion, as you were saying throughout your presentation. And to that point, when you and I met yesterday with the county administrator, she was kind enough to remind me that we had been discussing with the mayor the possibility of a joint meeting of the city council and the board of supervisors to talk about issues related to homelessness and housing affordability. We have shared our list of topics of interest from the board with the mayor. We've not yet got a similar list of topics from her and her colleagues, but we have, Ms. Lesher and I, our next meeting with the mayor and the city manager next Wednesday, and we will revisit that topic. Ms. Lesher.
Thank you. Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, I wanted to go back for a moment because, yes, I think your very specific question was, do we plan to adhere to the executive order? And we do. But as you said at the beginning, there are just many questions. So I want to be clear that we're going to continue to provide updates to the board and to all of you about all the various elements we're looking at. This one is a very complicated executive order and is in many areas. I reiterate, yes, we will be adhering to this EO, but we will be continuing to provide updates regularly. I didn't mean to dismiss in any way the question or the importance of this EO by a one-word response, but just wanted to provide clarity. We will adhere to it, and we will continue to provide the board with information about how we plan to make sure that that occurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Any other comments or questions from board members? All right. If not, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.